Hello, and sorry, I was entranced by the screen there for a second. Hello, welcome to another exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. It feels strange because I was not on last week. Those of you unfamiliar, on the months that have a fifth Wednesday to them, we have a special treat. Brandy comes on with some of our Githur to talk about a variety of either ladies' issues or things from a lady's perspective within Asatru. And that's really cool. I got to listen to most of it last week, and I think they did a great job. I appreciate you guys being a good audience for her. So another note up front that I'm just going to put out there. We have been sick. I am feeling a lot better, but my throat's a little bit rough. So if I am coughing and stuff, I apologize ahead of time. I'll try to exhibit A. I will try to, keep that to a minimum, but it do. We are on, I believe it's been a while since we did this. So we are on chapter 16. Is that what you have, Svan? Svan's muted.
Sorry, I had some background noise. I was trying to not get you on the intro. Yes, I believe that we are on chapter 16.
All right, guys. So while I'm taking care of business in front of the show, so everybody knows, we are on chapter 16 of the Völsunga Saga. The link that we're reading the page we're reading off of is velospow.org and under sagas. You're welcome to follow along there. You're welcome to follow along in whatever translation you want, and encourage you to do so. This is, as always, a question-driven program, so please ask any and all questions you want. If they come up as relevant to what we're talking about at the time, we will answer them as we get them. If they're a little bit further afield, we may hold till the end of the material we're covering tonight, but we will answer any and all questions that come our way. We might just take a few at random times for palate cleanser or a variety of other reasons. I should mention some big progress. I have been beating the drum on our Payoff Njordshof fundraiser quite a bit. I am sure that is, obnoxious or whatever it might be, but it has been effective and it has been working really well. So I appreciate every one of you guys that has been generous thus far, and every one of you that plan to be so in the future. Trying to think of, I'm not sure if Brandy did an update on it last time. Since the last time we spoke, we're almost 5,000 to the good since then. So that's quite a bit of progress. Those of you that aren't watching the graphic, we are now, it's a little bit small. It looks like 84.1% paid off, which is amazing. We have $39,025 remaining. That breaks down to about $52 for every AFA member would pay this off immediately. So I appreciate everybody's help. If you would like to, please do. We would love to have your help on that. Nick can throw the link up, or it has already thrown the link up because he's on top of things, but at runestone.org/donate. You can donate there if you'd like. Also, something to think about. We're a legitimate 501c3 church, so your donations are tax deductible. If that's something that you need documentation on, please contact us and we can get you what you need for that. Other things, we're going to focus on celebrating our 30th anniversary in a big way at Odenshof this midsummer. That's in Brownsville, California, at Odenshof. Midsummer there will very likely be the biggest event of the year. We would love to see everybody out there. If you can make it, this is a fantastic one to go to. I hope you make all of them, but if you can just make one, this is a really good one to aim for. Odenshof is the first Hof that we acquired, and it is a very special place. We've put almost 10 years of spiritual might through consistent practice, through interring our dead loved ones there, through just imbuing that place, and folks who see it really comment on how powerful it feels. So yeah, we'd love to have you guys out. We'd love to show it off to y'all. If you're a member, contact your local folk builder, get y'all set up. If you're not a member, we would love to see you out there. We'd love to meet you. So yeah, see if you can make that happen. Also, the following month in July, we are celebrating the 3rd annual Sigur Blót at Sigurheim. That is in Jackson County, Tennessee. It is a very special place. It's hard to describe until you're there and you're in the midst of it, but it's beautiful. It's special. Many of us, myself included, are planning to move to that county to establish that as the AFA capital on these grounds that we're hosting the event on. We will construct the first purpose-built Asatru Hof for the Asatru Folk Assembly, Tiershof. We've got exciting plans for that. Eventually, we'll also have the AFA Great Hall, which will serve as the administrative capital of the Asatru Folk Assembly. And yeah, we'd love to see you guys out there. Again, we're proud of it. We love it. And we'd love to share that with you guys. Also, wherever you are watching this or listening to this, like, share, subscribe. If you know anybody that would be entertained, be educated, or enjoy this show and get something out of it, please send them our way. And if you are a heterosexual white person and you want to reconnect with your gods, we would highly encourage you to join the Asatru Folk Assembly. Again, at runestone.org/join, you can join us there. We are doing spectacular things. We're doing amazing things that many of us have only dreamt about. And we would love to have you on the team doing those things with us. A lot of lives have been changed in a very positive way and continue to be. So we invite you to check it out and get on the team. I think that's what we got at the top of the program. So Svan, what do folks need to know before we get into the meat of tonight's program? You are still muted, Svan, yeah. But while you are muted, as is so often the case, G.W. Farnsworth donated $30 to the VNS Fund and $100 towards paying off Njordshof. Thank you so much. Just about every show you are on here, not only are you on here donating, but you are setting the tone, donating first. Thank you. We appreciate you very much. And with that, Svan, the floor is yours.
I was going to say, it's so important being at a Hof and knowing that the lights are on, knowing that we're able to buy things for groundskeeping, to fix things and to do things. It's so important. I think folks that are away from the Hofs, and I would love for all of us to be in one place or around a Hof all together, but every little bit, even if it's just $1, helps bring our gods to our people, and it keeps these Hoffs the running, and it helps so much. It's such a direct way of ensuring that the faith of our people continues to grow and spread towards the people, and the Hoffs are those beacons. So all of these donations, GW Farnsworth is, just very, very important. So tonight we're delving into the Völsunga Saga. And again, a lot of folks that might not be familiar with the sagas, there is a lot of back information when we start looking at, say, Völsunga Saga. Sure, that's the saga of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer. Egil Skallagrimsson Saga, that's about Egil Skallagrimsson. But there's so much more leading up to. There is so much wealth of the past that brings us into what most people would consider the present time. And this is our Excalibur. This is our, tale of mysticism and great warring and treasure, and the gods and menfolk are entwined. This is our epic, and the more we read it, the more it is so prevalent. And we've gotten to the point now where Sigurd, who is the son of Sigmund, his father, Sigmund, got revenge for the near decimation of his clan. And he is called by Lord Odin in a battlefield where he tries to fight an elderly man with a one eye, and he is pierced through. He still tries to defend himself, and he brings this great, spatha, one-handed sword down on the shaft to try to break it, and it shatters into three pieces. And he is laying on the battlefield, and he tells his wife, "You're going to go from here, and you are full of child. And when you deliver that child, remember, take these two pieces of the sword and have them melded back together so that my son that is in your belly can do great things." And then he goes to Ausgarður and is called up. And then, sure enough, his wife does remarry another king. And not only that, he has a blacksmith who is he's extraordinary. He was trained by the dwarves on how to smith and lay magic into the blades and into the metal. But not only that, he is also the brother of a shapeshifter who took the form of a dragon. And that dragon has a hoard of gold that was won by the gods and the kinslayer. Obviously, this is lending to the idea that he has not kinslayed yet, but is amongst them, and he gains this gold. But there's a problem. There's a cursed ring. The treasure itself is cursed, but I think the focus on the ring was highly emphasized. But this cursed treasure is now in the hands of Fafnir, and Fafnir is this dragon, and the blacksmith is trying to persuade this young Sigurd to take the sword and kill his brother. And that requires him to meld the sword together, to weld it. And every time Sigurd would cut an anvil, and every time it broke, and then, of course, on the third time, he split the anvil asunder. And because he hit it in twain, now it's ready to fight a dragon. So that's kind of where we last left off, was the welding in chapter 15. the welding of Gram in the sword Gram. And now we are moving into chapter 16, the prophecy of Griffer. Now, Griffer is an interesting, because right out the gate there's a translational issue, and I went to go look it up, and this is the interesting thing about translations. And when you interact with folks who are, say, doing this scholastically or religiously, one of the things that we try to do in the Asatru Folk Assembly is look at all the translations and try to find what would be most relevant in the poem. So here it's listed as Griffer, but in the Ada, and again, I wonder about that. Like, why was there such a shift? Gripper has a couple of different meanings. And normally you would think of the word like to grip or to grasp. But I was looking here, and I was it's listed as a costly thing, a valuable treasure or property, or a money's worth. So a lot of times this would be kind of seen as again a boastful move that the person named Gripper. But
so a note on that, it comes from like things within your grip, things within your grasp. Looking up the etymology in the Old Norse, it has a couple of meanings. Certainly what Svan had alluded to there, but like your holdings, I guess, is a way to merge the two words. So, if you have stock in something, if you have investment, if you have your wealth stored, we often refer to that in a modern sense as your holdings. Or if you are keeping money back from a tax, that is your withholding. This has to do with the stuff that's within your grasp, the things that's within your clutches.
Yeah, and it also lends to the word vulture, which that animal wasn't fully explored by the inhabitants of the north, but was seen in the south, and that would make another kind of, again, the idea of the grasping and pulling. But it says that's a rare usage of the word. And I looked up Griffer, and I couldn't find any conjugate, or perhaps like maybe they mean this. So that translation is very odd, and we have to bear in mind as we go through, there are people that will claim this means this, and without any explanation. And I want people to know that the Asatru Folk Assembly is attempting to translate with all the factors in mind, if you will. Perhaps not substantiating some sort of narrative religiously, but that's why we encourage everyone to look at all the translations. So
a point also, while we're on it, to be made, and for those of you just joining us, because of the nature of this show, we go through the material in a very leisurely pace, because all the little crosstalk and side things is kind of the point. If you're just coming in and think it's just a straight study of the text, then I could see that being annoying. But right. It is kind of the way the show is structured, that we go through these things to highlight things that are relevant to our Asatru practice, and to spend a little bit of time discussing those things. And one thing I was going to say on here, something just kind of interesting to keep in mind. At present, we don't have a translation of our sacred lore that's done by Gothar. We're relying on scholars translating it, and oftentimes, so if you get a very modern translation, you are benefited by the advancement of comparative and adjacent scholarship over the years. But you oftentimes have to deal with political agendas that really color works. So oftentimes we opt for an older translation because the language is cool. There's people were still able to be proud of who they are and where they're from without required, political homages to causes that are in vogue. So sometimes those are the most engaging translations, but it's worth mentioning that, folks translating this the beginning of the 20th century don't have access to all of the things that we have access to today. So some of the choices they make on how to render things are first not done in treating this as religious text, but as treating it as, literature. And also it's, with whatever school of linguistic study they had access to in a time where you couldn't just Google something, you couldn't at your fingertips, you couldn't use AI, you couldn't have the collected knowledge of mankind able to help you. You went to your local university or your local professors that maybe you had a relationship with and, asked their advice on it. So that's just worth saying from the get-go here.
So I will continue using the word Griffer or Griffier, simply because that's what's stated in the text. But the word also worth noting, the sword Gram. Gram means wrath. Gram means anger. To receive Gramner is like to receive the wrath of the gods or of a people or a kingdom or what have you. So Gram means, again, anger and wrath. And that's the name of the sword that is being reforged. So chapter 16 is called The Prophecy of Grifir. There was a man, height. And remember, height doesn't mean the height. It means the station in society or the title. So heitur is a description of a person or what they do. A lord, a president, or what have you, but it also can mean kind of secondary names, names that title you in a descriptive way. So whenever you see the word height, that in essence means name. There was a man, height, Grifir, who was Sigurd's mother's brother. Another big important thing of this is there is a Proto-Indo-European, a Aryan framework that comes from the mother's brother being a factor in a male child's life. And we see this with Lord Odin and with Mimir. And that is very reflective of that. And it slowly went away, or I think transmorphed into godparents and godfathers. But that immediately the audience would know he is someone of significance. And since Sigurd has only his adopted father as a guiding light, and he may be busy running a kingdom, it would then involve the woman's brother as a male figure. So there was a man, height, Grifir, who was Sigurd's mother's brother. And a little after the forging of the sword, Sigurd went to Grifir. Now remember too, Grifir would then also be a Völsung. or excuse me, I'm sorry. His father is the Volsung. His mother has married in. Excuse me, to clarify. Um, and he went to him because he was a man who knew things to come. So he was a diviner. He understood. In here, they use the word orlog mana. He's a man understanding of fate. Um, he knew things to come and was fated to men of him. Sigurd asked diligently how his life should go. But Griffer was long, or he spake, yet at the last, by reason of Sigurd's exceeding great prayers, he told him all his life and fate thereof. So, he was a man of long speech. I can relate. And then at the same time, it took him a while to tell Sigurd, but the reason why he did was because Sigurd was incessantly asking. But yet at last, by reason of Sigurd's exceedingly great prayers, he told him all his life and fate thereof, even as afterward came to pass. So when Griffer had told him all, even as he would, he went back home, and a little after he and Rayan met. Now, this is a really kind of forgotten about part of the story, is that he is told of the events to come. And as we read them, you'll see, but just bear in mind, everything that is happening, he was told was going to happen. And I find that interesting, to say the least. And his moving forward is, again, his great will could perhaps change things, or he was resolute simply from the beginning. So after that, he and the blacksmith Rayan, here it's spelled Regan, or Reagan, but it's pronounced Rayan. They meet together. Then said Rayan, "Go thou and slay Fafnir, his brother, even as thou hast given thy word." Sigurd said, "That work shall be wrought, but another is first." Excuse me, I have a first to be done, the avenging of Sigmund the king and the other of my kinsmen who fell in their last fight. So, hearkening back to when his father gave his mother the sword, he wants revenge for that first. And Rayan is just itching. Don't worry about that. Go after Fafnir, slay the dragon. He knows he can't. He really thinks that Sigurd can. To what ends, we'll find out. But so in chapter 17 of Sigurd's avenging of Sigmund his father. So now Sigurd went to the kings and spoke thus: "Here have I abode a space with you, and I owe you many thanks and reward for the great love and many gifts and all due honor. But now will I away from this land and go meet the sons of Hunding, and do them to wit that the Völsungs are not all dead, and your might would I have to strengthen me therein." So the kings said that they would give him all things so over that he desired, and therewith was a great army that got ready, and all things wrought in the most heedful wise. It moved at great pace, ships and all the war gear, so that his journey might be of the stateliest. But Sigurd himself steered the dragon keel ships, which was the greatest and noblest, richly wrought, were their sails and glorious to look upon. So that
Either Svan's frozen or I am.
I believe that would be Svan, sir.
All right. Trying to give him a second to get back, but if not, we can go to a question on the side if need be. All right, so while we're waiting for Svan, I've got information here, and Nick, maybe you could answer this because you understand how this process worked better than I do. From Pam, which Hoff won the walk-a-thon?
All righty. Well, let me look at these stats here. Folklore Sierra Chapman sent me some stats. About 8,535,844 steps were recorded by participants last month. That equates to 4,267.9 miles, which means we walked enough miles collectively to complete our own Blotfjord to each Hof, from Odenshof to Baldershof to Thorshof, all the way to Njordshof. The most steps by any person was Scott from Baldershof at 443,330, followed by Gothi Erlandson with 423,737, and Victoria from Odenshof with 384,447. A lot of numbers here. I'll tell you, in fourth place is Thorshof with about 1.3 million steps. Baldershof is in third with 1.6 million. Njordshof is in second with 1.8 million, and that leaves Odenshof in first with 3.7 million steps. So that means in total for this fundraiser, we raised about right at exactly $1,000 to go to Odenshof as part of this walk-a-thon. And that's a lot of steps, y'all. So, yes, Pam, that is Odenshof. They definitely buy... They had 1.9 million more steps than the second place, and the second place had 1.8 million. So they won.
So that is a lot of steps. For anyone that may not know or a little bit of perspective on that, I'm just throwing this out there. So if you follow the Asatru Folk Assembly on any of our social media, we post a lot of candid pictures from our events. We post, every time there's a moot or every time there's a gathering of AFA members to do things. Certainly, every time that happens and folks remember to get a picture. So we post that and we share that because we're proud of those, and we want to show you guys that there's stuff going on in your area and that we're proud of the stuff that our folk are doing. But as the internet does, there's frequently people that will look at a picture and point out, why these people look this way? How come this person's overweight? How come this guy looks like this? This dude has a funny haircut. There's that. We all know that's something that social media lends itself to in a lot of ways. And some of that's just part and parcel. But the other thing that I want folks to understand is there is a big difference between trying to build an elite cadre of your boys at your house for something. If you're building a small group of 10 guys to do an activity, then yeah, you can be very selective and very elite. But this goes to a later question that I'll kind of follow this up with if Svan isn't back. That's not the AFA's goal. The AFA's goal is to bring all of our folk home. And so we have people at all different stages of, first and foremost, all different stages of physical fitness, certainly, but at all different stages in their life. The idea is wherever people find themselves, to bring them home to loyalty and worship of our gods and unity with our folk. And from there to help each other be the very best we can be. And we're going to have a whole lot of people starting at a whole lot of different spots. What's important to us isn't where the folks start, it's the progress that we're able to help them make. It's where they, it's how they progress and helping them to finish strong and to, through the course of their life, to better themselves and their family and be more successful. So there's very much, don't fear. There's very much an emphasis in the Asatru Folk Assembly on trying to help our members to get in better shape, to get in better financial shape, to grow wiser and stronger and faster and better and happier in all aspects of their life. And we're really committed to helping each other do that. So this walk-a-thon, or this walk-a-thon deal was a part of that, kind of encouraging a little healthy competition to get our folks out and moving and in a little bit better condition. And I'm really happy so many people wanted to take part in that and, make progress and take the steps necessary to move forward in their life. So good on you guys, everyone who participated in that. Question I wanted to get to, and I'll see where it is in our little lineup here. Owl of Omen asked, what is the end goal of the AFA? And I'm going to get to what I believe the point of the question was. There's not an end goal of the AFA. Ideally, our mission continues, for eternity. But the ultimate goal, or the victory plateau of that, that's where we want to be, is to bring, and in the most fundamental way, again, all right, so I overthink questions. So somebody will ask a simple question and I might, add more to it than was originally wanted. End goal in the way it was asked, I would say, is to bring all of our folk back to where Asatru is the default religion for white people worldwide, to where in the time of our ancestors, there wasn't question as to what religion someone was. You were the religion of your people. And that was a worldwide thing for most of human existence. The end goal of Asatru would be to bring that to where if you are a white man or woman, that is your faith by default. So we have a long way to go to get there, and that's a pretty big goal in its eventuality. I would say that once we reach there, and every step along the way, the other goal following with it is to get those of us who are Asatru to be increasingly closer to perfection in our wisdom, in our fitness, in our success, in our in our prosperity in all ways of our life, including and with a heavy emphasis on joy, on helping our people live happy lives that they're fulfilled by, that they have joy in. And a big part of that joy is the community that the AFA is, building and fostering and growing. That community is vital. And we live in a time where I think people are, and I think it's probably true around the world, but certainly, in the West, people are more isolated and more alone than they've ever been, even though they may be in, urban settings to where they're surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people. There's not the same connection. People aren't bound by the same things. You don't have the same commonality with your neighbors and your community that was once such an integral part of any of our nations. So to increase that sense of community and belonging and being with family, that's why when I welcome new people into the Asatru Folk Assembly, I say, welcome to our AFA family, because that's what we want. That's the idea. That's what we're building, and it's what we have. We use the expression a lot, like welcome home. And that's what we want everyone to feel when they come to Asatru in general and the AFA in specific. And fortunately, many people, that's exactly their response. That was certainly the case with me when I joined. Was I felt, never had I felt something was so natural and so right and so just like coming home. So that's what we really strive for. And almost right on cue there, Svan has returned to us. So hopefully everything's good on his end and he can get back to where he cut out at. Svan, everything good?
Yeah, I was having issues with the internet, and my wife actually called a technician, and he comes in, checks everything. Of course, everything's working good, but it's been going on for about a week now, and we were trying to avoid exactly what just happened. My apologies to everyone, and it's just a matter of more or less crossing fingers because it just crawls down to a crawl, and then sometimes becomes very intermittent, and then it is back on again.
So we'll get right back in. Sorry, guys. We'll get right back into it. I wanted to make note. Sierra mentioned in the chat that someone during the course of the walk-a-thon we were just talking about lost 15 pounds. That is tremendous. So whoever that is, well done and congratulations. And Sierra, thank you for putting that together. We appreciate you. That said, Svan, take us back into the life and times of the Völsungs.
All right. So Sigur gets and amasses his army, and he asks of the kings in his area to financially back him so that he can garner a large army and a fleet of ships, and they do so very willingly. And as he's sailing, they run into a storm. So they sail and have wind at will. But when a few days were overpast, there arose a great storm on the sea, and the waves were to behold, even as the foam of men's blood. So they're red waves, red foaming waves. But Sigurd bade take in no sail, whosoever they might be riven, but rather to lay on higher than here thereof. So don't drop sails. Keep going. But as they sailed past the rocks of a ness, a certain man hailed the ships and asked who was captain over the navy. When was it told to them that the chief and the lord was Sigurd, the son of Sigmund? Or, excuse me, I not take no sail as in to drop no sail, but to drop sail and seek refuge. And that's when there is somebody that they meet that asks them, who are you? What army is this? Then was it told to him that the chief and the lord was Sigurd, son of Sigmund, the most famed of all young men, who now are. Then said the man, not but one thing, certes do all day of him, that none among the sons of kings may be likened unto him. Now fain, where I, that ye would shorten sail on some of the ships and take me abroad. Then they asked him of his name, and he said his name was Hnikker. I hight when I gladdened Huan and went to battle, bright son of the Völsungs. Now may ye call the carle on the cliff top, Feng or Fjolnir. Fain would I with you. So here we have this moment where they're pulling in for refuge, and the man's calling out from the cliff. And he says that he has gladdened Huan, who is one of the ravens of Lord Odin, and that he may now be known as Feng or Fjolnir. And so we can kind of see where this is going, who this is. They made for land therewith and took that man aboard. Then quoth Sigurd, as the song says. So now we're looking at the difference between the story and the song. There is poetic meter in the song, or the versed meter, and there is they're quoting this, and a lot of these stories will hold these because that's the origin. The story has died, the poem has been made, and so then afterwards the story is reignited from the poem. Then quoth Sigurd, as the song says, tell me this, O Hnikar, since full well thou knowest fate of gods, good and ill of mankind, what best our hap forswear when amid the battle about us sweeps the sword's edge? And quoth Hnikar, he said, good are many tokens, if thereof men wotted, when the swords are sweeping. Fair fellow deem I, the dark-winged raven in war to weapon wielder. The second good thing when abroad thou goest, for the long road well arrayed. Good if thou seest two men standing, fain of fame, within the forecourt. So if you see two warriors in the front of high fame. A third good thing is a wolf howling. Abroad under ash boughs, good hap shalt thou have, dealing with the helm staves. If thou seest these fair before thee, no man in fight his face shall turn against the moon's sister. Lo, late shining, for he winneth battle, who best beholdeth through the midmost sword play, and the sloping ranks best shapeth. So what omens are going to lead to an understanding of victory? Hearing wolves howl, seeing ravens following, or well-famed men in the front of the ranks. And then through the midmost of swordplay and the sloping ranks that shapeth them. So the idea of the formations of both sides, much like a chevron as a good form for battle. If you see these things, these are all good signs of victory. So some of these are mystical and extraordinary, and others are more or less like lending to a what one should do in order to gain victory. Great is the trouble of the foot ill tripping, when arrayed for the fight thou farest for on both sides about. Are the Disir by thee? Again, the maidens of fate are ancestral, or possibly referring to the Nornir, or all of them. Are the Disir by thee, guileful, wishful of thy wounding, fair combed, well washen, let each warrior be, nor lack meat in the morning. For who can rule the eve's returning, and base to fall before fate groveling? So he kind of lists a myriad of things, the usage of different formations, making sure you're on level ground, making sure that the Disir are, not ill-fated against you. Make sure that every warrior is cleaned and combed We can see a lot of this paralleling perhaps in the Japanese samurai book, the Hagekure, where he even says it is very important for every warrior to take care of their countenance, even at the eve of battle. And I find that poetic. You can see warrior cultures really do emphasize this, and eating well of meat. Though again, we've spoken about how meat as a word was meant meal. It didn't specifically mean meat. So that's not something that you would want to go in and say, yeah, this is a religious confirmation that we should all be carnivore, or take on the carnivore diet. That's not exactly the case. Meat meaning meal. No doubt having a large amount of meat and cream.
Well, also, not just eat something, but eat good. Like you'll notice they are preparing. They're preparing for one of two outcomes. They're preparing for victory or they're preparing for death, and they're celebrating. They're going to battle well fed on a good celebratory meal. A lot of folks didn't have meat all of the time. Sometimes you had bread and some kind of porridge or whatever you had. They're like, no, have yourself a good meal, splurge, go out and get yourself a steak or whatever. Get your hair combed right, wear your best war gear, go out there, shining and your best self, because this is your moment. This is your time to shine. You are going out to become a hero. You will either be celebrated in the halls with your brothers in life or with your brothers in death. But now's the time.
Well, and there's another interesting thing about all of this. Well, actually, let me just read to that part and then I will state it because it's only a couple of sentences. It says that after he speaks of this, then the storm abated, and on they fared till they came a land in the realm of Hunding's son. And then Fjolnir, who is Hnikar, vanishes away. So the connection that Fjolnir and Hnikar is Lord Odin, and he's doing kind of a preparation check, a kind of shoring up, seeing where this young man is in his headspace. Ultimately, though, it's worth noting the storm that was raised to slow them down, causing them to seek refuge, was probably raised by Lord Odin in disguise. I think a lot of people get into a thought process that, especially if they're coming from Christianity, and Christianity says, oh, these people had a god of this, a god of rain, a god of rocks, a god of, they try to oversimplify. No, our holy divine beings are divine beings, and there are primordial forces at play here in the middle, in the material, and the gods have the ability to affect them, perhaps some better than others, but the idea that there is Lord Odin creating a storm for the sake of this moment would not be, there would be nobody in the audience going, I thought that Thor was the god of storms.
No, that'd be like, you see Svan out mowing his lawn, like, wait, you're only allowed to talk about lore on VNS. How? Right. What are you talking about? Real people do lots of things. Real entities, real beings can do a great many things. There may be things that they are most noted for, or that they are particularly powerful at, or they choose to display their power through. There may be symbols that are associated with them, but our gods are, I was going to say 3-dimensional, but our gods are 4-dimensional. Our gods are well-rounded and multidimensional. They're not 2-dimensional things. They're not Thor equals strong, Odin equals wise, Tyr equals justice. Like, no, those associations are fine. And if you're brand new and that helps you start down paths to understand them, that's wonderful. If you're a young child and that's how you get your first, something to hold on to about who these gods are, amazing, great. But that's where we start to understand the Aesir. It's not where the end of that understanding is.
Yeah, I remember when Thorshof opened up and we were utilizing the burnt orange or autumnal orange as a color. And
nope, 4 red goats.
Right. There needs to be bears and they were freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
These connections are cultural. Some of them are uniquely cross cultures. I think the Araya that went into what is now India, and the fact that their Lord of Thunder, who is Indra, is red in skin, and our Lord Thor has a red beard. I think there is some relevance and consideration towards those cultural kind of connections, and they're good sometimes to reestablish or to reiterate. But
so I'd like to say this too. Nobody until modern times with extreme hair dye, or less they were covered in the gore of their foes, has red hair or a red beard. That's orange. But yeah, that's just a please don't we have a tendency towards this or that. We like to be dualistic in everything we do because it simplifies everything and it's easy, and in a way it's intellectually lazy. We're not criticizing that. If you were to make an altar to Thor in your house and you wanted it to be red and you wanted to have goats, that's awesome. That's a really good place to start. If you had that, I would think it was amazing, and I'd tell you so. But if your little girl wants an altar to Thor and it's pink and it has chickadees, that's not wrong. That's not bad. We have no reason to think that Asatru dislikes the chirping of the chickadee. I mean, there's a lot of different things. You have a favorite food, it doesn't mean you want to eat it every night. There's dimensionality. So I think we're beating it to death, but it's important to realize that you can Thor is wise, Odin is strong, Tyr is brave, Njordur is a mighty warrior. All of these things are true. That may not be the thing they're most noted for, but it doesn't negate that. While we're just talking, and we'll finish this chapter here in just a sec, but Githia McNallen besought that I speak to you guys about the amazing work that folks did at Odenshof. We had a massive overhaul of the septic system that had not been had any maintenance or anything done to it since 1938, I believe. So it is certainly due. It was janky. It is no longer janky. It's awesome now because a handful of guys with a lot of hard work and the very generous donation of a particular Odenshof donor were able to get that done. Our Hof steward, Dan Odom, put in a lot of time, a lot of effort, and achieved amazing results to get this all done and taken care of for our Summer Mall celebration later this month. So we are very appreciative. If you went there was, I don't want to I want to say the trenches were like 6 foot deep, and then there was a 10-foot square, 6 foot deep hole or so to put the tank in, and a lot of work to get done. We also had, due to a storm there, we had a tree fall that took out a big chunk of fencing that was replaced. These guys really worked very, very hard and did something amazing there. And it's not a one-time thing. These guys have taken amazing care of Odin's Hof over the past. It's funny. Years start flowing together for me, but over the time they've been doing it, the progress they've made in the last couple of years on it has been tremendous. It's always been a very special place. It has never been better taken care of or more beautiful than it is currently due to these guys' efforts. So thank you guys. We appreciate you very much. That said, Svan, take us back.
All right, so we are now on the cusp of a great battle in the Hunding's land, as Lord Odin himself has visited Sigur and just spoke to him in the poetics to ensure his head is in the right place. And the storm abates and they fare on. And when they get there, their traveler vanishes. Then they let loose fire and sword and slew men and burnt their abodes and did waste all before them. So in essence, they start making their way into the land through marauding. I do find it interesting, though. They do just state that they're slaying men in their abodes. There isn't a heavy emphasis that they're slaying women and children. You could say, oh, it's probably implied, but certainly by the story itself, it's not a heavy emphasis. The idea again is fighting other warriors, and they lay waste before them, and a great company of folk fled before the face of them to Lingi the king. And they tell him that men of war are in their land and are faring with such rage and fury that the like has never been heard of, and that the sons of King Hunding had no great forecast in that they said they would never fear from the Völsungs anymore. So the word is spreading. Somebody's been told. The reason why they're here is for revenge for the slaying of the Völsungs. For here was to come Sigur, the son of Sigmund, and he is the captain and the leader of this army. So King Lingi lets send the war message all throughout his realm and has no will to flee, but summons to him all such who would give him aid. So he came against Sigurd with a great army, and he and his brothers with him, and an exceedingly fierce fight befell upon them. Many a spear and many an arrow might men see there.
All right. So looks like this might be a recurring issue this evening. I'm trying to find exactly where he's at. So I will read till the end of the chapter, and then we'll go to some questions. So King Lingi lets send the war message all throughout his realm, and has no will to flee, but summons to him all such as would give him aid. So he came against Sigurd with a great army, he and his brothers with him, and an exceedingly fierce fight befell. Many a spear and many an arrow might men see there raised aloft. Axes hard driven, shields cleft, and byrnies torn. Helmets were shivered, skulls split atwain, and many a man fell to cold earth. And now, when the fight had long dured in such wise, Sigurd goes forth before the banners, and he has the good sword Gram in his hand, and he smites down both men and horses, and goes through the thickest of the throng with both arms red with blood to the shoulder. And folk shrank back before him wherever he went, nor would either helm or byrnie hold before him. And no man deemed he had ever seen his like. So a long while the battle lasted, and many a man was slain, and furious was the onset, till at last it befell, even as seldom comes to hand, when a land army falls on, that, do whatso they might, naught was brought about, but so many men fell of the sons of Hunding, that the tale of them may not be told. And now, whereas Sigurd was among the foremost, came the sons of Hunding against him, and Sigurd smote therewith at Lingi the king, and clave him down, both helm and head, and mail-clad body. And thereafter he smote Hjorward, his brother a twain, and then slew all the other sons of Hunding, who were yet alive, and the more part of their folk withal. Now home goes Sigurd, with fair victory won, and plenteous wealth and great honor, which he had gotten to him in this journey. And feasts were made for him against he came back to the realm. But when Sigurd had been at home but a little, came Rayan to talk with him and said, Belike thou wilt now have good will to bow down Fafnir's crest, according to thy word plighted, since thou hast revenged thy father and the others of thy kin. Sigurd answered, That will we hold to, even as we have promised, nor did it ever fall from our memory. That's going to take us to chapter 18, and we have the return of our missing co-host.
I'm really sorry, guys. Again, it seems to be swift. I'm gonna need that for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just sorry, but seems to just go out enough, and then I can come back in. But
all right. So again, these descriptions are really cool. Yeah. I think the description of this battle in particular was cool.
He's being bloody up to his shoulders.
Bloody up to the shoulder, which is awesome. Clove. So he cut we cut the king and the king's brother both in twain. I picture the one split straight down the middle, skull to crotch, and the other one I picture getting chopped in half at the waist, just because it adds variety. It doesn't specify. But yeah, some of the imagery and stuff in this is very powerful, very visceral, and the sagas, all of them that I can recall off the top of my head, have portions that are just so powerful in their imagery. And I think this one in particular has a disproportionate heaping of those to where it's a really fun read, and it's just such an exciting piece, and I'm glad we're going through it together.
Yeah, and also importantly, the purpose of this, it closes a loop. Loops are so important in Aryan stories, even in ones that are semi-mythical. And it I love using this word, it galvanizes our hero into and I use that in the welding term, it solidifies him, it establishes him as no longer being simply a youth or just an inexperienced warrior. He's rolling forth now on real combat.
He's commanding the army, and not only is he commanding the king's army, but he's leading from the front. He's in the heat. He's in the thickest part of battle. He's there, and a big part of that in ancient and medieval combat was seeing and being aware that your lord, whoever it was, be it a king, be it a prince, be it a general, whatever the case might be, that they were there, and you'd fight all the harder near that banner or near where they were at. That just their presence on the field near you conveyed a bit of their luck, and the tide of the battle would often, surge and fall with what happened with that banner. Oftentimes in the medieval period, you see a king's banner go down and is done. People called it a wrap. You stop what you're doing. Everybody went home, because often struggles between nations were struggles between monarchs writ large. So you were fighting for your monarch's right to a certain thing or not. And when they fell, that was kind of the cessation of hostilities. So that's really important, that he was that kind of a leader that was there in the thick of the fray. Also, while we're on it, and before we get to the next thing, I just want to answer a question. We have somebody ask, what is the current record for the biggest VNS donation? So I asked Nick on the back end, and I recall this too. And Gothi Rob Stam was feeling particularly generous one night, and he agreed to match the total donations that we got in that show. So he ended up donating $700 that night, which was awesome and very much appreciated. That is the biggest single donation I recall. And I think the episode, I want to say about a month back, was the biggest single gaining episode, where we generated the most money per episode. But I'd have to critically think about what week that was. I want to say it might have even been the last time Svan and I were on. If not, it could have been the one right before that. But that's as I recall it. And again, we appreciate any and all of you guys' donations. You all have been extremely generous and continue to be so. Not only do we appreciate it, but I am fully confident that our gods appreciate it as well. That's something to realize. Your donation isn't just a donation to the Asatru Folk Assembly and our stuff we're trying to accomplish. It is also a donation and an offering to our gods, and a form of worshiping them and glorifying them by establishing these Hofs and by furthering their cause here in Midgard. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you. Svan, if you'd get us started on chapter 18.
So after establishing that Sigur is now a warrior, it immediately cuts to the building plot of him facing off against the dragon. So chapter 18 is the slaying of the worm Fafnir. So it's one to be presumed that he returns back to the land, perhaps celebrating his victory and all of that, but it immediately cuts to him and his mentor, and kind of been left into tutelage under Reyin, the smith. And again, on the I can't remember which church it was, but there was a stave church that's famous for having the carved wooden images of the story of Sigur, specifically around the smithing and the slaying of Fafnir. And some people might be familiar with it. It is quite a known, but it shows Sigurd holding holding the blade with tongs while Rayan is forging and welding the blade back together.
Heilestad. Heilestad, Dave Kirka.
Ah,
You beat me by about 2.2 seconds. I got it up there.
might be the first time, but I will take the win.
yeah, I actually figured Nick would be on that faster than you.
I just type it all.
Well, I don't blame you. I thought Nick would beat me to it also.
And it's worth noting that stave churches, though they were Christian, were not a wholly separate thing. The design, the structure was built more towards perhaps the specifications that were asked, but those buildings during the conversion times were wholly or totally of the Asatru mindset.
All right, look what you did here. So I didn't know that we were going on this journey, but let me wax on this here for a second. There is, I don't know, curiosity, I think, amongst everyone as to what a Hof in the Viking Age might have looked like. And a lot of people have, different ideas on that because our ancestors in the north didn't build a lot with stone. They ended up building with wood, and wood has a tendency to, to rot and to not withstand the 1,000 years between the Viking Age and now, or I don't know, almost 1,200 years between the Viking Age and now. So we don't really know. There's a lot of post holes places to where people kind of get a rough outline of some dimensionality. Certainly there's religious practice that went on in dual purpose, Lord's halls that would serve as Hofs and halls. We also know of special cult houses, as I've heard them referred to archaeologically, that are, small buildings that would be a Hof. But one thing that, a conclusion that a lot of us who have pondered this and looked into it come to is there was a continuity of religiosity in Europe. So when Christianity would come in, very often they wouldn't destroy and disregard holy places, but they would take them, they would rechristen them, as it were, into a Christian, into a church or a basilica or a shrine or whatever the case might be. And they did that a lot. And that was a common thing. Even if they would destroy them, they would build on the same spot, because we've always understood inherently that occupying holy ground has power to it. Yes, specifically to the religion that's doing it, but also generally it is a storehouse of powerful energy. It is a place that is increasingly set aside from the mundane and has a power. It has a psychological power on the people of the area. It has a numinous power in the universe, and it has a religiously particular power. So we see a very unique difference in continental European churches of the time and the Stavkirke in Scandinavia. They look really different. Now, there's certainly elements of their build style that is influenced by Christian cathedral or church layout in a way, but you'll notice in the ones that are existent today, which were built after the Viking Age, but not long after. Some of them, they'll have, just like the one we spoke about, where they'll have these overtly Asatru motifs in them. Stories and elements from our lore specifically, and if not, the art style being We're back. All right. With Asatru cosmology and imagery and not Christian imagery, or certainly not the main motif of the design. So many of us, cutting to the chase, many of us very much believe, and I think it's the case, that the Stavkirke is the transitional stage or the missing link between an Asatru Hof and a Christian church. They probably represent the highest development of Hof building, and then repurposed slightly image-wise to match, Christian sensibilities with, you have a crucifix here or a saint reliquary here or there, and then from there, the development of more in line with the continent, Scandinavian cathedrals and other things. So the Stavkirke is, to my mind, the highest development of where our ancestors left off in the building of Hofs before the blade of Asatru was broken at that time.
And they're just really cool.
So,
yeah,
whatever your thoughts, they are undisputedly really, really cool. There's not a case to be made that they are not really cool.
I think a lot of people just reject it simply when they're in the mindset of, Christianity must reject, but they don't take into consideration all of the connective tissue to our ancestors who were Asatru, going there, being a part of building these churches, despite. And
our ancestors just lived in the woods and rubbed ash on themselves and wore roadkill on their shoulders and chicken bones around their neck, and somehow tied some antlers to their head to run around and do their religious ceremony because Heilung told me so.
Yeah, and at the same time, a lot of these people who were traitors against their people by taking the foreign faith, most of them they didn't go to Rome, or they didn't go to Israel or Palestine or whatever it was called at the time to learn their faith. No, they were doing a lot of this. And so every time they were adding their own, that which was brought up with them. So certainly after conversion, the first century after conversion was wrought with much of the Asatru or the old faith mindset. That's when you see a lot of Christians harken back to, these Christians were warriors. And it's like, yeah, most of them were newly converted and were still holding on to the ethos of the generations before them, not the ethos of Christianity proper. It was the lingering and slowly ebbing heroism of their forefathers who were not Christian. But
Yorsalaborg is what they called Jerusalem. Fun fact. I think the city of Jerusalem, I think Yorsala was their closest noise to Jerusalem. But yeah, so
yeah, I just opened that up with mentioning about that.
While we're on a strange, I don't know, while we're deviating from the text, we got a really interesting question that I wanted to answer because it's exciting to me in the chat. What is the AFA's views on dolmens? First, Svan, do you have any thoughts or feelings or views or insight for us on dolmens?
Wait, let me clarify. Dolmens. Dolmens are monuments, or I need a little bit more because again, it's not activating my brain.
Dolmens are, well, okay. So if I describe them to you, I will influence what you say your view on them is. So I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and hit this one first. So because I have cool experience that I'm just kind of excited to share about it.
Is this, they were in Sweden, right? They're
throughout
mountains.
Northern Europe, very specifically in Scandinavia, a lot of places, and the experience that I have with them is in Denmark. So all right, go back in the time machine and figure this out. I want to say in 2014. I could be wrong on the year. It could be 2013, but I want to say 2014. Our founder, Stephen McNallen, myself, Sheila, and a couple of friends of ours went on an AFA trip to visit our membership in Denmark. And we were tremendously blessed and fortunate because we had tour guides that had put together, I say tour guides, we had local members who lovingly put together an itinerary of like, how can we show these guys the most amazing things in the amount of time that they're here. And it was stuffed, and I've talked about some of it. I could talk about more of it at a later time, but like we had to get together after the fact and write stuff down and compare stories because every day was filled with 6 or 7 different once in a lifetime experiences that were amazing. But one of the things we noticed as we drove around their country was there's all these little bumps out in the field, little obviously not naturally occurring little mini hills out in the middle of flat terrain all over the place because Denmark's flat. So there's all these little hills out there and we're trying to figure them out, whatever. And there are some that you might see if you were to Google it that are dolmens that are not covered in earth, that are like big stone chambers, for lack of a better term. When I say big, they got big rocks, but they're, maybe, I don't know, maybe 10 foot by 5 foot interior that stands maybe, 4.5, 5 foot tall. So not like massive things, but these chambers, and people would talk about them as if they're burial chambers or they're tombs, but bodies aren't found in them. That's not typically what's found in them. So there's thoughts about that. When I went over there, the kind of local consensus was the idea that they were a place of transition, where the dead were placed for a time period. There was a process that occurred, and then they were removed, and whatever was done with them was done. Now, for a lot of the time period of our ancestors, cremation was a thing. One of the things we know early is, cremation remains in urns was a definitive factor in some of the early migrations of our people. But there could have been ashes, scattered in these places over time. That could be a real thing. But we're certainly not finding, dead bodies in these places or tombs. So they're really interesting. Anyways, you go, and the vast majority of these things are just these big, these hills in the middle of people's fields that folks kind of don't mess with. But we were driving around, we'd see these casually all over the place. And one day, a couple days into our trip, we pulled out. We're in the middle of somebody's farm on this roadway, and they stop. And I'm like, oh, okay, we need to, I guess, refigure out directions or figure out a plan or whatever. And a couple of our hosts disappear off into this field. And, they go off and do whatever they're doing. And we're talking and we're talking and figuring it out or whatever. And they come back and, they point out that there's a dolmen over there in this field. And they're like, so do you guys want to go inside? And we're, like, what? I mean, there's only one answer to that question. Like, yes, we want to go inside, but I mean, amazed that was a thing. And apparently, while this gentleman whoever's farmland this was doing something a number of years back or whatever, a piece of equipment had like nicked the whatever the closing, entranceway, the portal stone or whatever was, knocked it off. And so it was open. And so this next part isn't going to make a lot of sense, but it's how it happened. So I'm giving you the honest recollection as I recall it. They went up there and they set up, like, because there's all of these, and again, my geography or my geology fails me on what this is. I don't know if you call it slate or what you call it, but there's a lot of like flat stones there. So this is built up over these flat stones, and it's irregular because it's, an ancient stone thing. So there's all these little ledges. So they put these little like tea light candles throughout this place and had them lit and prepared it for us. And they were very respectful. They hung back and let us kind of enter first. And Sheila was the first one to enter this thing. And this one was set up to where there was, I'd say, maybe a 5 or 6 foot channel to get in it, like a little 5 or 6 foot tunnel before you got in the main body of it. And I mentioned before, it's, maybe 10 foot, maybe 12 foot long by 5 or 6 foot deep, and I don't know, about 5 foot tall, maybe, to where you could like squat, walk around in there, but you couldn't stand up. Anyways, so Sheila goes to go in there, and she had to move this these cobwebs or this overgrown moss or stuff aside to get in it. And I know people had already been in there and lit stuff, so I don't know if it fell back down over the top of it and she had to move it out of the way. I think that's probably what the case was. But she moved this aside, and these black moths flew out of it, which was really interesting to me. So anyways, we went in there, and it was amazing. And it was beautiful with these, tea lights lit in there. And we went in and just trying to take it in. And then we wanted to sit there and take it in for a minute and just be in that space. And while we were in there, our friend, we had asked him to Galder while we're in there. We wanted to do Galder while we're in there. And the Danes aren't really familiar with that. That's not a part of the practice that they're very used to. But everyone was, willing. We sat down and we all Galdered Berkano. And we galdered Berkano in there for the womb. And in a way, this was us entering into the womb of the earth. And so we're in this chamber, and we're galdering, and it was very powerful. And then the tea lights, like, there's not wind in there. It's a shelter and it's underground, but tea lights were doing stuff that they weren't asked to do. They were, flickering and doing things and fell off the ledges, and stuff was going on. And like I said, it was a really powerful experience. So we're in there, we'd done this, and then we had to go back out in the world. And it was very much a ceremony of rebirth. So we shared this very powerful experience there. Many of us had come to, the homelands of our ancestors, and we'd gone into this womb that's also a tomb in the earth. And we had to go back out through this canal into the world. So we had to go back out through this little tunnel into the world, and you look out and your eyes are adjusting, and you see, slowly things start to reveal themselves to you. So at first you see, the chamber on the tunnel on the way out, and the overhanging moss and whatever. And then you see a little bit further, and you see, grain fields and this, very ancient expanse of land. And then as you look further, you can see some power lines way out in the distance, and a highway, and more of, the world as we know it, as we emerged back out into the world. And it was very powerful. And I think that the moths emerging from the cocoon and flying out when we came in the entrance was a really beautiful foreshadowing to that. But it's, one of the most profound experiences of my life. But that was in a dolmen over there. When you Google it, the picture that comes up is much more similar to another dolmen that we were at that was actually in the midst of a stone circle. And we were treated to a ritual by one of their Gothar, who was a very old man. I wish I knew the man's name right now, but a very old man. He had just had heart surgery, and he wasn't supposed to leave the hospital. But when he heard that Steve McNallen was there, he needed to come take that opportunity to do bloat with us. This was in the fall, and I think it was in August. And so we did a freyfaxi in this circling this dolmen in a stone circle in this grain field, where you'd watch the wind make the grain dance in like waves, the sea of grain. And if you look a little bit further, this guy had a pen of a couple of horses, and the horses were dancing while we were in the ritual. And we went in there, and our host was our guide for this, a woman named Justina. She was a woman who had devoted a lot of her time when she wasn't doing her job, whatever she did to make her living. She would spend time finding these off the beaten path sacred sites and sleeping there, and like really being a caretaker of these sacred sites. And she was and I will forever be grateful to her. If she was here right now, I would give her a hug. She may or may not like it. She may hit me. That'd be okay. But she was like almost abrasive, and a very very assertive woman in a lot of ways. It was so nice because this Gothi was her mentor, and all of a sudden she was like a little girl. She was just quiet and so respectful of this man, because she had to help like do the ritual and translate for us because he only spoke Dansk, and she'd like help hold him up as he went around the circle because like he's in his sweats and his hospital armband and stuff. Like he literally got out of the hospital bed to be there for us. And he did this beautiful ritual, and it was really special. But that was around one of the more, all the dirt had been moved away, and it was just stones stacked upon one another, and it was a little bit smaller one. But yeah, my AFA's view, which I guess, you know, I will position as my view, is that they're a chamber of transformation before the final disposition of the remains, where the soul can, you know, travel to beyond the veil in a sacred fashion, and then the remains can be dealt with. So that's what I think. Svan, I don't know if you have any thoughts or anything to add on that.
Yeah, I think that these are I'm a believer that the migrations of megalith builders in Europe were actually of the same stock that would eventually become the Aryan folk of the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. And that's kind of lent to when we can't differentiate any sort of genetic difference. And so it's usually stocked up. The megalith builders were just completely wiped out. And I think that there was more blending, and they were so close to each other that there wasn't a lot of differentiation. But we see these, whether we're talking about the European ones or worldwide, not all of them are tombs. A lot of them have artwork, which again would be viewed, seen with purpose. So that makes me lend to the idea of their ritual purpose. And much like a bridge as a reference of crossing over, I think the migratory people settling down in an area and making a huge concerted effort to construct something out of stone like this is a sign of people settling in and utilizing them. There's grave goods, but there's also goods like weapons and other things. So having them as also kind of a cross between a proto burial mound or proto barrow and a proto hoff. I think that they had a cross affiliation because, again, the divine is deeply connected to death and ancestral worship. And no doubt, take a lot of manpower to build a lot of these, especially if you added the dirt on top of it, or perhaps the dirt was added later to facilitate them looking more like barrows. But we can see, even in the story that we're reading, a barrow is constructed for imprisonment. So I think that these buildings may have had numerous purposes. I think, too, possibly as religious sites for specifically religious people, or say people practicing of a higher level. The men of or women of magic. Perhaps people could refer to them as shamans of sort, going there and perhaps even residing or being placed within, and then perhaps coming out later as a rebirth. I think that there's more of a symbolic meaning behind these structures, but I think they eventually turned more into barrow mounds and were kind of more classified strictly to the dead as the Bronze Age and eventually the Iron Age settled in. But yes, that's truly interesting. I couldn't remember when you said it right off the bat. I was immediately thinking like a stone monument, and then I just had to take a quick glance, and I was like, oh, no. So yeah, I think they were multifunctional. Nobody does that much work just for it to be forgotten. Nobody decorates a lot of things simply for it never to be looked upon. And that lends to me thinking that multiple reasons they might have been utilized. And again, what you were saying, if it's a transitional place where they place the dead and then move them somewhere else, would explain why there's not a lot of grave bones and things of that nature. Or the other thing that we have to consider too is even after changings of religions or ideals, it was known these were special places, and people could have probably placed their dead in there long after their full intended use was understood.
So we will definitely cover more material tonight, and we will make sure we cover some, but it's worth doing this here because it's the best time to do it. Anthropologists or scholars or whatever, because it's their discipline, study time periods, or if they're studying a culture, it is the Viking Age, or it is the Vendel period, or it is the Celtic period in Denmark, or perhaps it is the funnel beaker culture, or it's so they break things up into an artificial distinction that isn't necessarily there. It's an academic distinction and not a fundamental distinction. Nobody tapped, Ragnar on the shoulder and said, "All right, heads up. Tomorrow, this Viking Age is done. We're going to call it early medieval. So just so you got a heads up. All right, cool. Hey guys, Viking Age is done. That's a wrap. It's early medieval." That's not how it worked. And I'm being silly, but in our minds, sometimes we fall into that way of thinking. Asatru is our gods created us. They shaped us and our world. They are as old as our ancestors exist. That means they are pre-Ice Age. Asatru exists from the moment that Odin and his brothers gave us the gifts of life and will exist infinitely into the future. So these sacred places, most of the sacred places you will find in Europe when you go and you visit these things and you want to get into it, are not from the Viking Age at all. Many things are from the quote-unquote Celtic period, and still others are from the Neolithic or the New Stone Age period. So Asatru goes back to the very beginning of our folk. We don't break it up based on language or based on some anthropological scheme of a certain age or a certain culture, because cultures, like new species of people, aren't just emerging out of nowhere. Our people have a root. Asatru is that root and follows our people along their development up to including today and into our descendants. So it's really important not to lock our concept of our people's troth to our gods to a particular period. Because the Viking Age, in the course of the existence of white people, is a very, very small time period. It's 300-year time period in the course of people that are tens of thousands of years old. So Svan, will you take us back to our text?
Absolutely. So again, Sigur is speaking to Rayan. And he says, now Sigurd and Rayan ride up to the heath, a large expanse, a moor and grassy rolling area with hills and rocks. They ride up to the heath along the same path where Fafnir was wont to creep when he fared for water. So he travels out of the moors or out of the heath and out of the countryside to come down to an area to drink water. And folk say that 30 fathoms was the height of that cliff along which he lay when he drank of the water below. So this again is explaining the length of his neck alone. And you'll notice that there is a huge serpentine connection whenever the word drake or dragon, and again, more properly, worm, is spoken. There is this deep connection of the dragons of the north being seen as wingless and of a large serpent.
That's a particularly unflattering image for him to get stuck on. Those of you who are listening by podcast, you guys missing out on a treat. I will take us into this chapter. So chapter 18. Now Sigurd and Regin ride up the heath along the same way wherein Fafnir was wont to creep. And when he fared to the water, and folk say that 30 fathoms was the height of that cliff along which he lay when he drank of the water below. Then Sigurd spoke. How sayest thou, Regin, that this drake was no greater than other lingworms? Methinks the track of him is marvelously great. Then said Regin, make thee a hole and sit down therein. And when as the worm comes to the water, smite him into the heart, and so do him to his death, and win thee great fame thereby. But Sigurd said, what will betide me if I be before the what will it betide me if I be before the blood of the worm? Says Regin, of what avail to counsel thee if thou art still afraid of everything? Little art thou like thy kin in the stoutness of heart. Then Sigurd rides right over the heath, but Regin gets him gone, sore afeared. But Sigurd fell to digging him a pit, and whilst he was at the work, there came to him an old man with a long beard, and asked what he wrought there. And he told him. Then answered the old man and said, thou dost after sorry counsel. Rather dig thee many pits, and let the blood run therein, but sit thee down in one thereof, and so thrust the worm's heart through. And therewithal he vanished away. But Sigurd made the pits even as it was shown to him. Now crept the worm down to his place of watering, and the earth shook all about him, and he snorted forth venom on all the way before him as he went. But Sigurd neither trembled nor was adread at the roaring of him. So when as the worm crept over the pits, Sigurd thrust his sword under his left shoulder, so that it sank in up to the hilt. Then up leapt Sigurd from the pit, and drew the sword back again unto him, and therewith his arm all bloody up to the very shoulder. Now, when that mighty worm was ware that he had his death wound, he then lashed out head and tail, so that all things soever that were before him were broken into pieces. When whereas Fafnir had his death wound, he asked, who art thou, and who is thy father? And what thy kin, that thou went so hardy as to bear weapons against me? Sigurd answered, unknown to men is my kin, I am called a noble beast. Neither father have I nor mother, and all alone have I fared hither. Said Fafnir, whereas thou hast neither father nor mother, of what wonder weft thou born then? But now, though thou tellest me not thy name on this my death day, yet thou knowest verily that thou liest unto me. He answered, Sigur I am called, and my father was Sigmund. Says Fafnir, who egged thee on to this deed, and why wouldst thou be driven to it? Hadst thou never heard how that all folk were adread of me and of the awe of my countenance? But an eager father thou hadst, O bright-eyed swain. Sigurd answered, a hearty heart urged me on hereto, and a strong hand and this sharp sword, which well thou knowest now, stood me instead in the doing of the deed. Seldom hath hardy eld a faint heart youth. Fafnir said, well, I wot that hadst thou waxed amid thy kin, thou mightiest had good skill to slay folk in thine anger. But more of a marvel is it that thou, a bondsman taken in war, shouldst have the heart to set on me, for few amongst bondsmen have the heart for the fight. Said Sigurd, wilt thou then cast in my teeth that I am far away from my kin? Albeit I was a bondsman, yet was I never shackled. God wot thou hast found me free enow. Fafnir answered, in angry wise dost thou take my speech. But hearken, for that same gold which I have owned shall be thy bane too. Quoth Sigurd, fain would we keep all our wealth till that day of days, yet shall each man die once for all. Then said Fafnir, few things wilt thou do after my counsel, but take heed that thou should be drowned if thou farest unwarily over the sea. So bide thou rather on the dry land for the coming of the calm tide. Then said Sigurd, speak, Fafnir, and say, if thou art so exceedingly wise, who are the Norns who rule the lot of all mothers' sons? Fafnir answered, many there be and wide apart, for some are of the kin of the Aesir, and some are of elfin kin, and some there are of the daughters of Dvalin. Said Sigurd, now namest thou the holm whereon Surt and the Aesir mix and mingle the water of the sword. Unshapen is that holm height, said Fafnir. And yet again he said, Rayan, my brother, has brought about my end, and it gladdens my heart that thine too he bringeth about, for thus will things be according to his will. And once again he spake, a countenance of terror I bore up before all folk. After that I brooded over the heritage of my brother, and on every side did I spout out poison, so that none durst come anigh me. And of no weapon was I adread, nor ever had I so many men before me, as that I deemed myself not stronger than all, for all men were sore afeared of me. Sigurd answered and said, few may have victory by means of the same countenance of terror, for whoso comes amongst many shall one day find that no one man is by so far the mightiest of all. Then says Fafnir, such counsel I give thee, that thou take thy horse and ride away at thy speediest, for oft times it fails out so that he who gets a death wound avenges himself nonetheless. Sigurd answered, such as thy reeds are, I will no wise do after them. Nay, I will ride now to thy lair and take to me that great treasure of thy kin. Ride there then, said Fafnir, and thou shalt find gold enow to suffice thee for all thy life days. Yet shall thou gold be thy bane, and the bane of everyone soever who owns it. Then up stood Sigur and said, Home would I ride and lose all that wealth, if I deemst that by losing thereof I should never die. But every brave and true man will fain have his hand on wealth, till that last day that thou, Fafnir, wallow in the death pain, till death and hell have thee. And therewithal Fafnir died. Svan has returned to us.
Yeah. I was going to say that last little part too, where he says, Fafnir wallow in the death pain, till death and hell have thee. In the translation to the word hell, Hel, both the title of the goddess of death and severing and the breaking down of all things, and death itself as poetically is interchangeable in the stories. To say that you will be in hell means you will be dead. And I think that's just worth noting, because of Christianity and its, usage of the word hell to mean like their Semitic Gehenna versus the concept of, tonight we will bring them hell is we will bring them death, the end of things.
And again, the imagery there is powerful. A concept this brings that is, I mean, we could dwell a long time on it, but I don't think it's necessary. But it is important to mention that that's why names matter. It talks a little bit here, and there is a big point that Sigur is brave, is very brave. But when asked his name on this, he doesn't want to tell this dying creature of great might his name until he's challenged and kind of called out. And then he sacks up and tells him his name. But there is might and power in a name. When you bestow a name upon something, it ceases being just a thing. It's no longer that. It's he or she. It's a person. It's a thing. It becomes a proper noun. I mean, we even see it linguistically. It separates itself from indistinguishable category of things and becomes a very specific thing. And with that specificity, curses and magic and intent can flow towards it. The naming of something exists beyond just the spoken word or the utterance. It is an instilling in something a particular value, a specificity, a pointing a target on something that can be seen throughout all the worlds. And that's fundamental to, and I think this is relevant now in as much as ever, maybe even more than ever in people's minds. That is the point of fame. You are showing your name and your face and who you are to the world. And it brings the possibility of enemies coming after you and bad things befalling you. But it also singles you out for the attention of great men, of great ladies, of the Aesir, of your ancestors, to take note of you, to take note of your deeds, to witness you, and to build your fame, to build your worship, to be proud of you. So you venture something. There's a cost to putting yourself out there, but there's also a gain. But I think that the issue of naming, that's why the naming ceremony is such an important ritual. The Asuvatni is such an important ritual in Asatru, because taking this crying, pooping, screaming thing and giving it a name is such a fundamental part of making that baby into a person and bestowing all of the dignity that being a person has with it. Yeah, go ahead.
So let's see, where did you last leave off? Here, okay, so
we're on chapter 19.
Yeah. Chapter 19 of the slaying of Rayan, son of Hreidmar. Thereafter came Rayan to Sigurd, and he said, "Hail, Lord and Master, a noble victory hast thou won in slaying Fafnir, whereas none durst here therefore abide in the path of him. And now shall this deed of fame be of renown, while the world stands fast." Then Rayan stood staring on the earth a long while, and presently thereafter spoke from a heavy mood. "Thine own brother hast thou slain, and scarce may I be called sackless of the deed." Now, we might have our own modern interpretation of that line, but sackless, of course, meaning without reward or without anything to show for it. Then Sigurd took his sword Gram, and dried it out upon the earth, and spoke to Rayan. "Afar thou farest when I wrought this deed, and tried this sharp sword with my hand, and the might of me, with all the might and main of a dragon, must I strive, while thou there wert laid low in the heather bush, wotting not if it were heaven or earth." Rayan retorted, "Long might this worm have lain in his lair, if the sharp sword I forged with my hand had not been good at need of thee. Had that not been, neither thou nor any man would have prevailed against him at this time." So now they're kind of laying accusations upon each other. You hid in the bushes while I took care of the deed, and it's no, my skill was in making the sword that if you didn't have it, you would not have been able to defeat him. Sigurd answers, "Whenas men meet foes in a fight, better is a stout heart than a sharp sword." Then said Rayan, exceedingly heavy, "Thou hast slain my brother, and scarce may I be sackless of the deed." Therewith Sigurd cut out the heart of the worm with the sword called Ridil. So Ridil is most likely a short sword, a smaller sayax kind of sword, better suited for the fabrication of an animal rather than Gram, the large sword. But Rayan drank of Fafnir's blood and spoke, "Grant me a boon and do a thing little for thee to do. Bear the heart to the fire and roast it, and give me thereof to eat." Then Sigurd went his ways and roasted it on a rod, and when the blood bubbled out, he laid his finger thereon to essay it, or to discern its temperature and wellness of cook, and if it were fully done. And then he set his finger into his mouth, and lo, when the heart blood of the worm touched his tongue straightway, he knew the voice of all the birds, and heard withal how the woodpeckers chattered in the brake beside him. So Rayan knows more, and since his brother has taken the form of this dragon, the blood of the dragon has extraordinary powers, and he's telling Sigurd to prepare this for him. And in this just slight twist of fate, he tastes the blood, and suddenly he understands the chirping of birds. And he hears the woodpeckers chattering in a copse of woods beside them. And this is what they say: There sittest thou, Sigurd, roasting Fafnir's heart for another, and thou shouldest eat thine his own self, and then thou shouldest become the wisest of all men. And then another spoke, there lies Rayan, minded to beguile the young man who trusts him. But yet again a third said, again the number 3 of prevalence, let him smite the head off of him, then, and be the only lord of all that gold. And once more forth spake and said, the wiser were he if he followed after good counsel and rode thereafter to Fafnir's lair and took to him the mighty treasures that lieth there, and then rode over Hindfell, whereas sleeps Brinhilt. For there would be he would get great wisdom. Wise he were, if he did after our reeds, if he followed our counsel, and bethought him of his own weal. Weal meaning the Anglo-Saxon word, it survives in our language as wellness. So he would be looking after his own wellness if he followed our deeds. For where wolf's ears are, wolf's teeth are near. So he's saying that Rayan is a threat, and it has cunning ears, cunning eyes, and what more so is he needs to be weary of the wolf's teeth. Then cried a fifth, Aye, not so wise is he as I deem him, if he spareth him whose brother he hath slain already. Again, laying on the idea that is Rayan doing this to get the treasure, or it's also perhaps a combination of slaying his brother's slayer. At last the sixth spoke, handy and good rede, good counsel, to slay him and be the lord of that treasure. Then said Sigurd, the time is unborn where Rayan shall be my bane. Nay, rather, one road shall both these brothers fare, the road to hell. So he's saying there will be one road that these brothers will share, and that's death. And
this imagery is just so poignant and so visceral. It's really, love the way this is written. Random side thing I want to interject. See my friend Brian in the comments. Good to see you here, Brian. He mentions how interesting that he buries himself and is reborn once he slays his dragon. I think that follows really interesting onto our talk about the dolmens and the transformative period there. And I think one thing that lends to the imagery of him going down into the earth and emerging from this is not just as he emerging through this transformative experience, but he's literally covered in gore, as we often are as we enter into the world, which is kind of an interesting part of his transformation.
And I'm surprised that the emphasis was not as heavy. I've always associated that moment of him being deeply covered in that gore, where it kind of mentions that it's up to his shoulders or what have you. And I that kind of threw me off reading it. I was like, I kind of remember it being more emphasized. But
I think in the Nibelungenlied, it is talked about a bit more, or it's expanded upon. And but yeah, and that's that has yes. So that's a part of the lore, and it has more implications going on. And in case anybody didn't notice it, he got the heads up. The plan was for him to drown in the blood, and for Rayan to not only get his brother slain, but also be able to go and get all the gold for himself.
Right.
Because he's greedy and conniving like that.
And then Sigurd hearing and understanding the words of the birds. And they're saying, no, it'd be better if he slayed him now and never had to deal with him, because clearly there's conspiracy.
That reference is interesting because you in All right, sorry, my memory is failing me there. In the Lay of Rig, you hear that one of the things that Koning does is that Khan does is with learning runes and developing that elite level of wisdom, that kingly wisdom, part of that is understanding the speech of birds. So this is like a pinnacle achievement of you actualizing is mentioned there as well.
Well, upon hearing these birds, he says, it seems to be that both of these brothers will follow the same road, the road to hell, the road of death. And therewith he drew his sword, Gram, and swiftly struck off Rayan's head. And then he heard the woodpeckers a singing, even as the song says. For the first sang, bind thou, Sigurd, the bright red rings. Not meet it is, many things to fear. I fair may know I, fair of all the fairest, girt about with gold, good for thy getting. The second sang, green go the ways towards the hall of Gyuki, that the fates show forth to those who fare thither. There the rich king reareth a daughter. Thou shalt deal, Sigurd, with gold for thy sweetling. So go forth to the hall of Gyuki and woo the daughter there. And the third, a high hall is there, reared upon Hindfeld, without all around it sweeps red flames aloft. Wise men wrought that wonders of halls with the unhidden gleam of the glory of gold. Then the fourth spoke, soft on the fell, a shield maiden sleepeth. The lime tree's red plague plying about her, the sleep thorn set by Odin into that maiden, for her choosing in war the one he willed not. Go, son, and behold that May under helm, whom from battle Vinskornir bore. From her may not turn the torment of sleep, dear offspring of kings, in the dread Norn's despite. So they advise him to release or to attain the releasing the Valkyrier who went against Lord Odin's decrees, and also to go to another hall and seek for the daughter's hand in marriage. Then Sigurd ate some great deal of Fafnir's heart, and the remnant he kept. Then he leapt upon his horse, and he rode along the trail, worn down by Fafnir, and so right unto his abiding place. And he found it open, and beheld all the doors and the gear of them, that they were wrought of iron. Aye, and all the beams of the house, and it was dug down in the deep into the earth, where found Sigurd gold, exceeding plentiness, the sword Rotti, and thence he took the helm of all, and the gold Birni, and many things fair and good. So now he has another, it's not specified as a long sword, but with the possible alliterative of riddle, the short sword, that also to Rotti may be a short sword. And he also takes the helm of awe and a golden chainmail shirt, and many things fair and good. So much gold he found there that he thought verily that scarce might 2 horses or 3 belike bear it thence. So much that he only has 1 horse. He doesn't even know if 2 horses could carry it all. And so he took all the gold and laid it into 2 great chests, and set them upon the horse Grani, and took the reins of him. But no wise will he stir, neither will he abide the smiting. Then Sigurd knows the mind of the horse and leaps on the back of him and smites and spurs him, or strikes and spurs him off. And off the horse goes even as if he were unladen. So again, he finds that the horse is of kind of emboldened by the victory of him, and he rides off with the treasure and Sigurd on his back.
And it's a very special horse.
Yes.
We should recall it is
Sleipnir stock.
Yeah, it is a stock of the Allfather's horse.
As almost like if he knew that he was going to need a horse to carry all of this.
Yeah, that's one of the really special things about this saga is we see the entering in and out of it at the pivotal moments, Odin so many times in this. And it's really, I don't know. I just love it, and I'm glad we're going through it. I'm glad I'm getting to share it with all of you guys. This is a really important one that is just seminal to so many things culturally in the lore and the storytelling of Northern Europe, up to including today.
Well, chapter 20 of Sigurd's meeting of Brinhilt on the mountain. By long roads, Sigurd rides till he comes at last up onto Hindfell and wends. Wending means to kind of go in a way that is winding his way south to the land of the Franks in France. And he sees before him on the fell a great light. So upon this mountain plateau, a great light as a fire burning and flaming up even unto heaven. And when he came thereto, lo, a shield hung castle before him, and a banner on the topmost thereof. Into the castle went Sigurd, and he saw one there lying asleep, and all armed. Therewith he takes the helm off of the head of him, and sees that it is no man but a woman, and she was clad in a byrnie, as closely set on her as though it had grown out of her flesh. So he rent it from the collar downwards, and then the sleeves thereof, and ever the sword bit on it, as if it were cloth. Then said Sigurd that over long had she lain asleep. But she asked. So by removing the byrnie and her sword and sword bit or frog that holds the sword, she comes to life. And I think about this a lot because there's even the reference in the original Snow White story in which she is seized up by a tight clothing, a tight corset, and that she, semi falls asleep because of that before the apple is used. And I find that interesting, like kind of this confinement, and then the masculine comes in and removes the confinement, and thus releasing and giving her autonomy and clarity of mind. So she asks, what thing of great might is it that has prevailed to rend my byrnie and draw me from my sleep, even as it is sung in the song? What bit on the byrnie? Why breaks my sleep away? Who has turned from me my wane tormenting? So who has, and again, the usage of wane, who has taken my tormenting and reduced it, or cycled it down? Ah, it is so that here is come Sigurd Sigmundsson, bearing Fafnir's helm on his head, and Fafnir's bane in his hand. Then answered Sigurd. So she knew of him before he speaks. Then he speaks. Sigmund's son with Sigurd's sword, e'en now rent down the raven's wall. Of the Völsungs kin is he who hath done the deed, but now I have heard that thou art daughter of a mighty king, and folk have told us that thou wert lovely and full of lore, and now I will try the same. So he speaks and says he's of the Völsung kin, and this is again the same thing that happens in Hundingsbana, where Helgi Hundingsbana speaks of a Valkyrie also being a princess or being the daughter of a great king. And there's no emphasis as to whether she passes and becomes a Valkyrie or that the Valkyrie stewardship is bestowed upon her while she is also still the daughter of a king. It's not fully clarified. But either way, she is of royalty in the earthly realm and of servitude to Lord Odin in the heavenly realm. And then she sings, long have I slept and slumbered long. Many and long are the woes of mankind. By the might of Odin must I bide helpless to shake from off the spells of slumber. Hail to the day, come back. Hail, sons of the daylight. Hail to thee, dark night, and thy daughter. Look with kind eyes adown on us, sitting here lonely, and give unto us the gain that we long for. Hail to the Aesir, and to the sweet Ausinir. Hail to the fair earth fulfilled of plenty, fair words, wise hearts. Would we win from you and healing hands while life we hold. So this excerpt is fairly well known as being one of the best examples of an orated prayer, and clearly showing the love of the gods, love of the goddesses, the blessings upon mankind for those who know them, and healing hands that are laid upon them to ease their woes, so long as they take the faith upon them. This
is cool, and I think it's worth noting, but I think it was a good choice by the translator. The translator inserted this here as from the Sigdrifamal. It's the existent Viking Age prayer example that we have. And it's something that certainly as long as I've been Asatru is a common and well-known and often repeated Asatru prayer. It's what a lot of people do and call, greeting the day. A lot of people will do this at dawn. So, yeah, just so everybody's aware, that's something that Bellows decided to insert here because it belongs here and it's completely appropriate, but it's taken from the Sigdrifamal.
And also, it's worth noting she doesn't bemoan or hold a vengeance against the gods. She begins to explain why she is here, but she doesn't wake up shaking her fist. Instead, she praises them upon waking.
And so also, while I've got attention, Dom in Maine donated $5 to VNS. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Paul in South Carolina donated $75 to help us pay off Njordshof. So much appreciated to you too. Thank you so much.
Well, in this part here too, she speaks and she says, there were two kings who fought. One, his name Helmgunnar. He was an old man and the greatest of warriors. And Lord Odin had promised that the victory of the battle would be unto him. But his foe was Agnar, of Alvi's brother, and so I smote down Helmgunnar in the fight. So this is an interesting point. She smites him. And remember, Valkyrie are seen as Dis or Nornirs of battle. They can allocate the death of a warrior, his time coming to an end. And she says that she specifically goes against the will of Lord Odin, who promised him victory, but instead carries him to death. Lord Odin, in his vengeance for that deed, stuck the sleep thorn into me and said that I should never again have the victory, but should be given away in marriage. But there against I vowed a vow that never would I wed one who knew the name of fear. So ultimately, from a epic poetic standpoint, there's two things to be understood, is that she becomes the material. She steps out of the realm of the heavenly. She goes against the decree of the divine, and she makes an action that was not indicated. The Valkyria being the will of the choosing father. They are the carriers. He is the chooser. And then she becomes mortal and clearly states that she will never wed anyone if they have a shred of fear within their heart. So she becomes the kind of semi-divine prize of the mortal. And this could all be allegoric for the mortal man, the soul of a warrior, achieving that connection to the divine. In many ways, she is like perhaps a grail unto itself, or a gateway, or the horn of to receive. And Sigurd says to her, "Teach us the lore of mighty matters." And she said, "Belike thou kennest more skill in all than I, yet will I teach thee? Aye, and with thanks, if there be aught of my cunning that will in any wise pleasure thee, either of the runes or of other matters that are root of things. But now, first, let us drink together, and may the gods give us twain a good day, that thou mayest win good help and fame from my wisdom, and that thou mayest hereafter mind thee of that which we twain speak together." So he receives the horn. I mean, it specifically says too, "Au horne scowl." So she passes a horn to him so that they may drink and cheers between each other. Again, a common point in our Aryan mythos. Even when the Lord Odin goes to Gunnlod, he is given the mead of poetry. He's given the drink. This is a huge factor of will being replenished by chthonic power that's buried, power that's laid to sleep or laid upon the ground. And once it's awakened, it's given over to the will and the one who sought to break that catatonic sense. So then Brinhilt filled a beaker and bore it to Sigurd and gave him the drink of love and spoke, "Beer bring I to thee, fair fruit of the Byrni's clash. Mixed is it mightily, mingled with fame, brimming with bright songs." They say lays, but the word is songs or poems. "And pitiful runes, wise words and sweet words, speech of great game. Runes of war, know thou, if great thou will be. Cut them upon the hilt of a hardened sword, some on the brand's back, some on the shining side. Twice name Tyr therein." Again, connecting the sword and victory to Lord Tyr. Sea runes, good at need, learnt for ship's saving, for the good health of the swimming horse, a kenning for the ship. On the stern cut them, and cut them on the rudder blade, and set flame to the shaven oar. Whoso big be the sea hills, how so big be the sea hills, how so the blue beneath. Hail from the main, then comest thou home. Word runes learn well, if thou wilt, that no man pay back grief for the grief thou gavest. Wind thou these, or wind thou these, weave thou these, cast these all about thee at the thing, where the folk throng unto the full doom faring. Runes for the court, runes for the law, runes for making sure that no one can hold grievances of counsel or grievances of court against you. Ale runes, know the wisdom if thou wilt, that another's wife should not bewray thine heart that trusteth. Cut them on the mead horn and on the back of each hand, and nick an N upon the nail. So, a couple of things about that is she's referring to, of course, being betrayed by another's wife, being poisoned. This was, again, another theme that was clearly played out in Egil Skallagrimsson saga, where she poisoned the horn and gave it to him. And he carved runes upon the horn. And then on the back of each hand, nick. Now, this has kind of been translated or perceived in different ways, is that with the nail of your hand, you would carve the rune. And then others have said, no, that it's on the nail itself. But the N, the rune Nov or Nauther in the Old Norse Younger Futhark is specifically mentioned. And she says,
this is another moment we were talking about the rune lore that comes with this. And I look back over it a little bit while Svan was reading. Excuse me, guys. In the Runetal, or not Runetal, Rigstula, that's the word that wouldn't come to me when I was sitting there slack-jawed a few minutes ago talking about the lair rig. That's part of that ascension to regality. Is Khan learns these kind of runes. He learns the runes to do a lot of these things. Among them, understand the chirping of birds, but battle runes and ale runes and other runes. This is a part of that story of ascension and actualization to your assuming the mantle of king, or the mantle of your earth self, or your other self, rather, yourself writ large, your potential. And this is one of those moments of self-actualization where you learn these things. Also, something to be said is the idea of uniting and meeting with your other half to make yourself whole, the full integration of the man. And this goes into, in a psychological realm, Dr. Jung talked about this. But this integration of the whole self, of all of the parts of oneself, the shadow, the feminine aspect of oneself, through this pairing and this receiving this wisdom from the other. And it's an important thing. And I think that we can, I think that it is a stretch to see connectivity and say, oh, this is that. but there's threads that are too obvious to miss that share commonality and are worth making note of in the development of this particular hero's journey.
And then poetically, this becomes a huge lore drop for a poet or a skald. As we go, we'll see here. Let me see. Of ale the wisdom, if thou wilt. Oh, sorry. Yes, and carve an N upon thy nail. Ale have thou heed to sign from all harm. So, a rune of ale to bolster against harm. Leak lay thou in the liquor. So, a leak. And you'll see this usage of the word and leak again because of its connection to healing. Leak lay thou in the liquor. Then I know for sure never cometh to thee mead with hurtful matters mingled. So kind of a laying of the leak within the mead, reducing or removing baleful things. Help runes shalt thou gather, if skill thou wouldst gain, to loosen child from the low-made mother. Cut be thy in hands hollow, wrapped the joints round about. Call for the good folks, gain some helping. Again, the usage of bark, the hollow hands of a tree, carving the runes therein and wrapping them about. I've heard this being translated in many different ways. It's the possibility of a wrist or ankle of bark carved with the runes of birth, and then because it's wrapped the joints around and about, and then to call upon the land spirits, the good folk, the hoodoo folk, for gain some helping. Learn the bow runes wisdom, if leech lore thou lovest. Again, leech and leak and everything in it connected to healing. It's not the worm itself. The only reason why the worm itself is called a leech is because it was used in medicinal practices. But leechcraft is not the craft of understanding blood-sucking worms. It's the craft of knowing healing. So learn the bow runes wisdom, if leech lore thou lovest, and wilt wot about wounds searching. On the bark be they scored, on the buds of trees, whose boughs look eastward ever. Thought runes shalt thou deal with, if thou wilt be of all men. Fairest souled white and wisest, there areeded these cut, these first took to heart high hropt. Hropt, of course, is another Heiti for Lord Odin. The usage of this being is, the first cut by him, first seen by him when he synthesizes with the tree in heaven and knows where all the roots go, all the way down to the beginning in the origins of all things in Niflheim. On the shield where they scored, that stands before the shining god. So again, now she's listing where these great runes have been placed throughout the lore, and on Baldur's shield that stands before the shining god, on early waking's ear, so on the ear of the horse of the sun, on the all-knowing's hoof, on the wheel which runneth under Rognir's chariot, under Thor's chariots, there are runes. On the on Sleipnir's jaws, teeth. On the sleigh, traces, these runes. On the rough bear's paw, and on Bragi's tongue. on the wolf claw and the eagle bill, on the bloody wings and the bridge's end, on the loosing palms and pity's path, on glass and on gold, and on goodly silver, in wine and in wort, in herbs, and the seat of the witch wife, on Gungnir's point, on the spear of Lord Odin, on the Norn's nail, and on the neb of the night owl. A couple of things there. The Norn's nail may be the guiding point that takes weft and weave through the strands, and not actually the nail of the finger. And this is also one of the most interesting points I like to bring up every now and then. Is this is one of the, I think this might be the only mention in the sagas of an owl. We know our ancestors knew of this animal, but it was not mentioned anywhere except here. And I bring that up to point is that we have to be careful. We get into the mode of thinking that obviously, if it's not mentioned, doesn't mean that our ancestors didn't know about it and that it didn't exist for them. Again, the funneling of lore into poems helped preserve our faith, but it also left much out that would perhaps be of common knowledge. We know that owls existed in Scandinavia, that our ancestors knew of them, but again, they were not mentioned.
Maybe they were mentioned in the other, I don't know, hundreds of poems that we don't have passed down to us.
True. Yeah, the ones lost to time. And I've often looked to see, and again, the postulation that our ancestors didn't see an owl because it was never mentioned is kind of, again, a ridiculous thing that we should get away from. It's just the same as, that our ancestors didn't use drums, or that the runes were not so prevalent. Considering they're made of wood, they probably rotted away, but they're not actually mentioned often, the usage of a drum. So we have to bear that in mind. I think a lot of it is coming down to poetic meter and the usage. And in this case, the night owl, the bridge's end, these are either the bridge's end could be the reference to attaining Ausgarður or entering into heaven through Lord Heimdall, or again, it's like the roots of the mountain or the breath of a fish. There are these, it's kind of beyond the known. And the night owl's beak or nib or kind of the unknown and unseen thing. And she says, all these so cut were shaven and sheared and mingled with holy mead and set upon wide ways enow. So they're blessed with mead after they're cut. They're blooded by either blood or, in this case, she says mead. Some abide with the elves, the land in between the material and the heavens. Some abide with the Aesir, other with the wise Vanir in the west. Some still hold to the sons of mankind. These be the book runes and the runes of good help, and all the ale runes and the runes of much might, to whomso they may avail, unbewildered, unspoiled. They are wholesome to have. Thrive thou with these then, when thou hast learned their lore, till the gods thy life days. Now shalt thou choose thee, e'en as choice is bidden, sharp steel's root and stem, choose song or silence, see to each in thy heart, all hurt has been heeded. Then answered Sigurd, never shall I flee. Though thou wottest me fey, never was I born for blenching. Thy loved reed will I hold aright in my heart, even so long as I may live. So he says, I'm not built to fear, and I was not born for turning away from this knowledge. And all of the counsel beckoned by your love, will I hold to my heart till I die. And it does continue in chapter 21. There's more words, but they're no longer in the kind of, again, in the poetic inserts, but there kind of becomes more of a weaving between the two.
So Svan, if you will, let's do chapter 21 and call it a night on that. And then we'll go to questions. We'll go to questions and comments.
Okay. And I'm gonna have to use the restroom after chapter 21. So more wise words of Brinhilt is in chapter 21. Sigur spake now, sure, no wiser woman than thou art one may be found in this wide world. I teach me more yet of thy wisdom. And she answers, seemly it is that I do according to thy will, and show thee forth more reeds of great avail. So she says it is honorable and goodly that she do his bidding and give more counsel to him for thy prayers' sake and thy wisdom. And she spoke withal, be kindly to friend and to kin, and reward not their trespasses against thee. Bear and forbear, and win for thee thereby long enduring the praise of men. So be kind for kindness to kin and those who give kindness, but never take or give kindness to those who trespass against you. Take good heed of evil things. A maid's love and a man's wife, full oft there doth ill befall. So be weary of the heart, the yearning of a man who's in love, and be weary of a woman who is showing interest to you, even though she's betrothed. Avoid it like the plague is basically what that is. Let not thy mind be overmuch crossed by unwise men. So don't argue with fools. At thronged meetings of the folk, thronged meaning like large gatherings of people, for oft these speak worse than they wot of. They speak more than what they know of. Lest thou be called a dastard, and art minded to think that thou art even as is said, slay such a one on another day, and so reward his ugly talk. So don't get all worked up. You will have your chance to make things even if what he says is worth killing him. Do it at another time. Don't do it around. Don't gain a bunch of hoopla around the others. Be still and wait for your time. If thou farest by the way, whereas bide evil things, be well ware of thyself. Take not harbor near the highway. Thou, though thou be benighted, for oft abide there ill wights for men and men's bewilderment. So don't stray off the road. Push on and seek harbor in the sanctity of society. Don't find yourself in the wilds alone too often. Let not fair women beguile thee, such as thou mayest meet at the feast, so that the thought thereof stand thee instead of sleep. And a quiet mind, I draw them not to thee with kisses and other sweet things of love. So at this point, too, it's worth noting that the audience would be very attuned. All the young men would be very attuned to the wisdom of the Valkyrie being passed on. It would be very poignant to make things here stand out. And again, don't let the beauty of a woman sap your head, and don't go about them trying to flirt and do other things, especially in relation to not knowing who is who and what is what. They're pretty, so I'm gonna roll in there, hard to win their love without knowing who is who and what is what. If thou hearest the fools of a drunken man, strive not with him being drunk with drunk and witless. So don't match his idiocy. Many a grief, aye, and even the very death groweth from such things. Fight thy foes in the field, nor be burnt in thy house. Never swear thou wrongsome oath. Great and grim is the reward for breaking of a plighted troth. So there's a lot there. Again, showing the value of things. Do not give your word, do not make oath, and then break it, because it is a grim and plighted path that you will have. Fight your foes where foes need to be fought. Don't let foes be about so that they can burn you in your home. Give kind heed to dead men, sick dead, sea dead, or word dead. Deal heedfully with dead corpses. And I think this kind of, whenever I see this verse, it makes me think back to something that you had said, Al, so here go the insulting of the dead. Even if they're our enemy. I think this was during the time of what's the Supreme Court justice, the Jewish woman that died, and there was a lot of people making jokes or so on and so forth. And I remember you saying, like, it's unseemly to kind of do this. It's not that some of
I'm sure that I did. I also did when President Bush passed.
Yes. Yeah, the idea of the dead are past now, and focusing on and saying a bunch of things about them really just is not productive, and also just, again,
it's poor manners and ill breeding, but also, and this cuts both ways, and I think is an interesting enough thing. Svan, did you finish the entirety of the passage?
No, I did not.
Okay. I don't want to go over long on this. I'll insert this there, and then we'll finish out. But being an Asatru means internalizing the truths that we know in our faith. So this isn't theoretical or LARPing. So we don't confine Asatru to the Viking age or the age of our written lore. We know that if our gods exist, which they do, then certainly they are gods, they are real. Therefore, they have personality and thought. If they exist, clearly they don't just come into existence when Old Norse becomes the language of our folk. They exist prior to that. They exist at the beginning of our folk. If they created us, then they exist as long as our race exists, at least. So you have to carry logic to things. We also believe firmly in life after death. We believe that one goes beyond the veil and there's more to your existence. We also believe that those beyond the veil have power to affect things on this side of the veil. Excuse me. They have the familiarity not only of the world that we inhabit, but of the other world, the world beyond, the undiscovered country. So that makes them very powerful. They know the rules here, but they also know the rules there. So speaking ill of the dead can get you negative consequences from the other side that you may not be prepared to mitigate. So when I say that, I don't mean, we are often flippant and don't fully consider what we do. A big part of Asatru that I believe firmly is the concept of Aryan choosing. As noble people, we choose our actions, we choose our words, and by doing so, we accept the consequences for those things. I've said this in a number of other concepts, I've mentioned this here in my bouncing career. I would tell the new guys, like, hey, if you want to go pick a fight, cool, I'm down, but don't ever get me in a fight because you stumbled into it being, not paying attention to the consequences of what you're doing. If you know your surroundings, you know what you're up against, you know the consequence, and you choose to take an action, okay, so be it. But often with the living or with the dead, we'll say some flip response where we don't think they hear us. And then we get all shook when they decide to respond to it. I forget the phrase, but anyways, a lot of the time when we are not conscious of the things we do or the things we say, there are unforeseen consequences. If you want to speak ill of the dead, do so knowing that in Helheim or wherever they find themselves, they might not take kindly to your speech, and bad luck might attach itself to you due to your, choice that you made. This is one of the truths of our folk, but it cuts both ways. So your enemies hate you after death, and if they're bitter, they want to carry over that bitterness towards you after their passing. But you also have allies on the other side as well. You have those that you speak well of after they've passed, and those that you've built reputation with that carry that love for you beyond the veil and look out for your interests. They are able to also know the rules of this world and the next, and to act in your favor if they choose. So keep that in mind. We very quickly forget when things pass out of sight or out of our ken. We'll, say flippant things as if there's not consequence. It's just like being in a room full of people and, you get on, start talking bad mouthing somebody. And it's, the thing where they walk up behind you while you're running your mouth as if, you don't know they're there, and you turn around and like, what I meant was, there's an element of that to play when dealing with the dead, when dealing with divinity, when dealing with many things. You don't open doors and pick fights with entities that you're not prepared to engage with. And if you do so knowing the consequence and doing so heroically and not foolishly. For what it's worth. I hope that made some kind of sense. I don't know if it did or not.
Well, and again, the whole thing is they would do it to us. Yes, they would. Not us. We're striving to be better than
they would. Churls do lots of stupid things. It doesn't mean we ought to wallow with them in the muck. Right. We ought to make conscious choices. And if you want to denounce somebody after their passing, by all means, but do so intentionally and not in passing. If you want to make war with somebody, make war with them, but don't stumble into it through, a loose tongue or being flippant or arrogant.
So she says to treat the dead and speak not ill of the dead, and to treat the corpses and those who are interred after with not reverence but respect. Trust never in him who thou hast slain, his father or his brother or whatsoever kin. Though young he be, often waxes the wolf inside a youngling. I think that's pretty straightforward. Look thou with good heed to the wiles of thy...
Because I think it's worth saying. Yes, it makes sense, but it doesn't necessarily mean to be the most pragmatic in what that conclusion would be. It does mean keep your head on a swivel and keep an eye on those people. Because, and I say this, and this may sound silly on this broadcast or whatever, and certainly it doesn't necessarily have a modern, a lot of modern context, certainly in the West. In other parts of the world, it very much does. The smart play oftentimes is if you have an enemy and you kill him, kill his whole family or anybody who cared about him, so you don't look over your shoulder for people looking after vengeance later down the road. This doesn't mean you have to do that, but it does mean you have to be cautious. What's John Leguizamo's character name in Scarface? Somebody's going to remember this and know exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes we are very casual in deeply insulting people that are small, that we don't make note of. And then we take our eyes off those people. We go throughout our lives, and they catch us slipping later down the line, and bad things happen to us. We should be wise in all things, and wise when we make enemies, that we know who those enemies are connected to, and that we keep eyes on them in the future. Or else it's very easy to get comfortable thinking that we've, I don't know, thinking that we have eliminated our foes and we're in a spot where we're safe. And we don't remember that there's kinfolk to those people. Those people have friends, those people have families. And if we are casual with our doling out of insult, and then we are not cautious down the line, people who have been injured in some way have a very long memory. And I think it's very valuable for us to keep that in mind. I was looking over at the chat because a couple of comments came up. All right, cool. So carry on. I think this wisdom here is really important. And I know I am kind of overly jumping on some of it, but I think it's really interesting and it's really valuable to me, at least.
Well, this next one I find interesting as well. She says, look thou with good heed to the wiles of thy friends. Pay attention to the actions of your friends. But little skill is given to me that I should foresee the ways of thy life. So she says, pay attention to your friends. And then there's this ominous, I don't see forward in, but that's all she will say about it. So this verse here is kind of giving wisdom to the listener, but also foreshadowing what's to come. And it's also worth noting that Sigurd already knows what's to come and continues on anyways. But she says, look with good heed to the wiles of thy friends. Whoever you take friendship with, take note of their deeds, the good, and take note of the bad in which they do. But then she kind of backs off and says, I mean, not that I can see anything coming, because I don't know that, which again is that foreshadow. And then she lays down again, yet good it were that hate fell not upon thee from thy wife's house. So it is good too for you not to gain ire and to stir up hatred from your in-laws, is what she's saying. And the best way I can really view that too is that it's sometimes people will hate you, but it is best that you do not create a reason for people to hate you. It's different if they hate you for unjust or wrong reasons, but if you are causing things. And Sigur speaks now, but remember that last part is foreshadowing. Sigurd spoke, none among the sons of men can be found wiser than thou, and thereby swear I that thee will I have as my own, for near my heart thou liest. So he says, there are none that are wiser than you, and you have struck my heart. I am in love with you. She answers, thee would I fainest choose, though I had all the men's sons to choose from. So I would certainly choose you above all men. And thereto they plighted troth, both of them together. The end of the chapter.
All right, so the heron of forgetfulness flutters over the mead feasts. I was not talking about Scarface. I was talking about Carlito's Way, and I was talking about Benny Blanco. That's the thing, is stuff you did in your past that you don't pay attention to, people still hold grudges for a long time, and bad things can happen to you. But yeah, I just figured I would correct that. That's all for our reading tonight. We covered a lot of meat tonight, I think. I don't think that we, advanced a vast number of chapters, but this is very dense with meaning and very dense with things that are applicable to our understanding of the rest of the lore, and to, in many ways, living our lives. Svan is going to use the restroom for a moment, or however long it takes him, I suppose. I am going to try to see if there's some questions it would be good for me to just hit without him here. So, Tyler, can anyone visit a Hof, or do you have to be a member to check one out? No, anyone can visit one of our Hofs. If you want to drive by and check one out, they are all on Google Maps, which is cool. You can type it in and find it. But if you mention to any of our folk builders, we would be happy to set up a time to show folks around and let you see what's what. If anybody is interested, we're very proud of our Hofs. We're happy to show those off to whoever has a sincere interest. You don't have to be a member. If you are a member, then they are your Hofs as well, and we would really love to help welcome you to our Hofs, and to show you around and let you take the time you need to commune and to worship there. If you are not a member but you're curious, we're very happy to show them off and to let you see what an Asatru Hof is like, and let you take a look. So yeah, please reach out to any of our Gothar or to Nick or myself, and we can get you connected to the right person if you have a particular Hoff you wanted to go see. Svan has returned. Don't know what he's drinking. I don't know if it's a body armor. I hope it's a body armor because those are delicious and full of good vitamins.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well done. Good choice. So Tyler from an email, sent an email. All right. Good enough time as any. If any of you have questions that you'd like us to answer at any time they strike you, vns@runestone.org. Those questions get to us. Nick compiles them, and I will make sure they get answered the very next show. And Tyler took me up on that and emailed this question. Hey there, question for you. As a parent who has values that align with those of the AFA, what are some practical ways to protect your children from the craziness of the outside world while still not becoming totally insular and retreating from it? What is the best way to raise children who will not only be able to maintain sanity in the world, but also be conquerors of it? Much love to the AFA, and thanks for all you do. So, Svan, as a father of three, what would you say to Tyler?
I think the biggest thing is to not shelter your children at all. I'm not saying thrust them in and inundate them constantly with things that they can't emotionally withstand. But, discussing things that are going on, discussing events, speaking to them about it and telling them that this is your opinion. And, because that's a big one, is a lot of times I think parents just state things and then later on children go against that simply because, and it's unfortunate in a lot of the nature of children today. Whereas when you have an opportunity to discuss with them a situation or an idea, I think over time they come to understand. And a lot of things, these ideals, these concepts, when we're talking about protecting them from the world, is that they can very easily see. And now, I mean, of course, we have to be careful and teach them about, fake things going on. People trying to, like, I was just talking to my son earlier today about fake police body cams going off, where there's some group that's making completely fake body cam videos of a police officer interacting with a lawyer or what have you, and it's very bunk. So there is that, but on top of that, understanding that people have agendas to speak about things, and so being very open and just light. Don't want to hit them so heavy that they can't. There's a sense of desperation in it. I generally find it when I'm perhaps just looking through and one of my children is over my shoulder, just trying to see what dad's looking at. And I'll take that time. What do you think about this? Or look what these people are saying. And then also filling in with, I believe they might be trying to gain or push some narrative or something like that. And that repetition, that tempo that you set, will inundate onto your children to allow them to think and see through things. It's not, this is the way I think and this is the way you should think immediately all the time, but no, make it more of a conversation that inundates them to the truth, and the way you think about seeking the truth. It will help them. It will guide them in a much more natural and organic pathway, as opposed to simply just enforcing and not letting them understand why or what is going on around them. And again, that has so much of a drastic effect later on when they come to reality and they see it. But I mean, now in the day of video, you can see so much that will just, again, inundate knowledge upon the child, you have to be careful to not let the child, because children are very, very quick to see things very black and white, and they will immediately harbor into, say, entrench themselves into an opinion. And also, they will often do it to please you. And you have to encourage them to see things on their own standing, not to do it just simply to please you, but to become aware with you, or for them to grow in awareness with you and why you see things the way they are. I think that's the best way to go. And I don't know what age really I would recommend that. I mean, I'm certainly woman making, man making. Those are very important things. And when they're younger, again, they have a tendency to entrench themselves in an opinion to please you, and they will say things off the cuff that have very little thought. And I think that we should avoid that. I think that we should try to teach them about how to learn and how to question and how to see the revelations that we as parents have, and that they join us and that we unify that together. Another huge part is, and this is not a plug, but it is a plug. I would recommend that everyone look at, I bought these children books called From Cubs to Bears. And this gentleman is, he writes children's books, but his big call is to history and the awareness of propaganda, the awareness of greed, and how it, the dangers of both capitalism and communism as a concept for children to understand. He broaches these things in his books. And I find his posts, especially, I think he's predominantly on Instagram, very enlightening. And he is, again, trudging up old sediment from the rivers of history in order to teach people about things. He was talking about Hindenburg and his critique of the crony capitalists, selling out their working forces and stuff like that. And actually, the government removed the plates that he had, that the printing press had. They went that far so that it could never be printed again. And that kind of stuff I find infinitely fascinating. And I think our children should learn a lot from history in that way. I think it's a great way for them to apply things to the now.
So I don't want to overspeak. My daughter's 5. But since becoming a father, I've given this a lot of thought. So you start your question stipulating that you are a parent who has values that align with those of the AFA. Join the AFA. And I say this, I'll answer your question. I appreciate you watching the show and asking whatever you decide to do. But I say this for a couple of reasons. Getting your family involved with other families that share our values and our worldview is very buttressing for your children. If they, when inevitably they feel an instinct to rebel against their parents because whatever, this isn't just some strange idiosyncrasy of their father. This is something that families that they grew up with share. This is a worldview that other adults that aren't their parents, that they are raised with and around, share. This is something that they have friends that share. When this is an isolated, strange thing that dad does, it's very easy to target and revolt against when feeling the need to test one's boundaries or to rebel against parental authority, which is a frustrating but natural process in young men and women coming into their own as adults or as young adults. The other thing is, don't make your kids hate you. I have known many people who feel so very passionately about issues that they force feed them to their kids with such a intensity that their kids instinctively reject it, but they don't just kind of reject it. They go as far as they can the opposite direction to demonstrate their rejection of it. And they do it, sometimes they make choices that they can't unmake. And that's very unfortunate. So I wouldn't say you don't want your objections to things to come off as angry to your children or to come off as irrational to your children. As Svan was saying, get them to understand things. And one of the things in our favor is we're right. And I know everybody probably says that, but we have the benefit of being accurate when we say it. The expression that life has a way of red pilling people. It does. If you shelter your children over much, they will conceive of the world in a theoretical construct that is primed for the altruistic nature of our folk to take root in a unhealthy way. When children live and have a home base that is removed from the bad things of the world, that's great. But they need to go out on safari every now and again into the wilds of the world in a protected way, to where they see things as they are. They see reality. They see how the world works. And when they observe these things and have questions or concerns, you're able to provide clarity and provide commentary on why things might be the way they are. It is really important that you don't become the villainous stereotype that the other team would have us believe that people who share our values are. Don't buy into that. And it's very easy to give vent, especially in your home, to your frustrations. But you don't want your children to see you as a mean-spirited person. You don't want your children to see you as an angry or a hateful person. And I'll say this aside. Don't be an angry and hateful person. If you find yourself there, talk to one of our Gothar and let's work on that. Have them all advises us to be glad men and brave unto the day of our death. The All-Father lives in Gladsheim, the home of joy. If we're sitting around angry all the time, that's something we need to heal ourselves and not pass on to our children, because we don't want them to feel that way. A lot of us, depending on when you have children in your life, I had children late. I was 39. My wife and I were both 39 when we had Aubrey. You get bitter and beat down by things that you don't like in life. And it is easy to like, by damn, I'm not going to let my kids have to deal with stuff I dealt with. And then you front load them with the bitterness that you have spent your life acquiring. And they don't deserve that. They deserve the lessons that you've learned without the pain that you've incurred through the learning. I apologize. As the evening wears on, my coughing is getting worse, but that's something that Mandy and I have talked a lot about. Is we don't want to fill Aubrey's head with all the things that have, pissed us off over our adulthood. That's not helpful. But explaining why we think the things that we think, and more importantly, providing her with the touchstones within Asatru to hearken back to that are good things and good times. When she is out in the world, this is my hope. When she goes off on her own into the world in whatever way she does as an adult or teenager or whatever else, I want her to think of her home and the values that she's raised with, the Asatru Folk Assembly, our church, our faith, our gods, as sources for strength and for happiness and for fond memories that she has had in her upbringing to come back to and to come home to. I think that's very important we provide that. The other thing that I'll say that is, I guess, a counterpoint to some of my, hey, be nice and be happy, raise your kids. I have heard with disgust this attitude of, well, let my kids make their own decision when they grow up and they can think for themselves. No, that's your job as a parent to raise your children. Yes, when they are adults, they can make those decisions for themselves. Up to and until they are, it is your job to teach them right from wrong and to guide them in developing their core values. That is your job. Morally, biologically, spiritually, do not abdicate your responsibility as a parent because it's just easier to let it slide. You owe your children better than that. We owe our children better than that. Take an active role in spiritually leading your family. Unless there is some other unqualifying thing. And here's the deal. Gay people, you are welcome to listen to this program, and I hope it provides some value to you. Folks that are not white people, you are welcome to listen to this program. I hope that you enjoy it. I'd be glad to answer any of your questions. So, Tyler, if there is some reason that you're not an AFA member, okay. But if there's not, get on the team and let's raise our kids together. That's what's the community that your children are able to develop is, I believe, and I more than believe, I am investing my daughter's future in. That factor is going to be a huge help for her to have a place to come home to and a moral compass and a behavioral compass as she grows and learns, learns the depth and breadth of the world that she lives in. And I think that's the best we can hope for. But community and faith in the gods goes a long way towards establishing permanence in the values that you want to impart to your children, in my belief. Again, talked a long time for a guy who has a 5-year-old daughter. So I am aware many of you may have different thoughts that have adult children, or maybe you guys have grandchildren. So please, I'm not trying to preach to you guys like I know better. I'm just telling you things that I've thought about and my wife and I have discussed a lot when the reality sets in that we have a daughter that we're raising and she's going to be in the world. And what do we want to, what's our best course to do our best job as parents? Question about Sigur. Will there be a home there dedicated to the current Allsherjargothi, like a rectory at a Catholic church has for priests? Not today. Perhaps eventually there are legalities and things that we are very much looking into. There are rights that churches have in relation to these things, and there are also differences in those rights if your church is an ethnically exclusive church. So we're examining those things. The first step is the current Allsherjargothi and his family are going to buy a home in the county. If you're out west, when you think of a county, don't think of like a municipal area. Back east, counties are really small. Jackson County, I don't know that there's any place you can be in Jackson County that's more than 30 minutes from another place in Jackson County. So it's like being in the same city. But yeah, we're going to move to that county. We're going to get as many of our folk who would like to move to that county with us. And we're going to build the capital of the Asatru Folk Assembly in that county with, ideally weekly or better attendance at our someday Hof and someday Great Hall. I am really looking forward to getting back out there and spending time there. And as we speak, my wife and I are trying to arrange our life to where we can get out there as soon as possible. Gothi East wants to know, how is each Hof given its... No, Nick. Okay, cool. Gothi East wants to know, how is each Hof given its Helgemather? And so there's a combination of things. That's why I'm trying to collect my thoughts on it. Combinations of things go into play. So each Hof has a rune that is based on the order that the Hof is. That's static. Each Hof has a particular order that we are dedicating those Hofs to the gods. That's currently in place and set in stone. But as far as the kinfylgja of the Hof, as far as the animal heads for the cross gables, as far as the colors, and as far as the Helgemather of the Hof, or the hero that's being venerated at that Hof, there's more at play there. We are I try to, as best as I can, leave some of those things open to the Gothar of that district to decide, as far as color, as far as the animal represented, as far as those kind of things. And I'm also very open to their input as far as what hero will be honored there. So the idea of having an altar to one of our heroes in these Hofs was my idea. So Odin's Hof predates that. So the first hero that we recognized as a Hof hero was Alexander Rudd Mills at Thorshof. Now, I believe Svan was the one that chose orange as their color and the black bear. It was important to me to choose Alexander Rudd Mills as the hero for that Hof because I wanted to acknowledge a couple of things. That our heroes weren't all based in the Viking Age, that this gentleman was a pioneer for our faith in the modern age, completely isolated from anyone else who was, trying to do this or anything similar. He struck out on his own as a modern man wearing suit and tie and doing modern things. He was a barrister in Australia. And he had the courage and the faith to establish the Anglican Church of Odin in Australia at a time where no one else was doing this. And I wanted to honor him for that. And that was really important to me. So that was my choice. It was also my choice to honor Meister Guido von List at Odenshof. And I did that because Meister von List vowed as a very young man, I think he vowed as a boy actually, that one day he would dedicate a temple to Odin on his awakening to, proto-Asatru. And he made that vow, and that didn't happen in his lifetime. But he set a lot of currents in motion that brought us to where we are, that inspired and fueled us to achieve many of the things that we've achieved. And so I wanted to posthumously acknowledge him in that dedication of that Hof to Odin. Originally, Odenshof was Newgrange Hall. That's what the previous Alsherjargothi, our founder, Stephen McNallen, had named it. And a few years into it, due to some legal things, we needed to change the name. And it was very important to me that this wasn't like the Hof, because up to that point, this was the Hof. Because we didn't have other Hofs, and I don't think that the idea of other Hofs was thought about much by our founder. I think the idea of making it to one Hof was such a big deal that there wasn't plans in the works for others. When I became Alsherjargothi, it was very important to me that Odenshof be the first in a series of Hofs. Hopefully a sequence of Hofs that never ends, but certainly the first in a series of Hofs. And it was important to me to name that first Hof to dedicate it to the Allfather. And in doing so, I wanted to posthumously fulfill Meister von List's vow to establish that temple to Odin. And so that's why I wanted to honor him there. At Baldershof, it was important to a number of the people in that area who some of them had corresponded with the folk mother, Elsie Christensen. She had had an effect on a number of their lives. And she also, in living memory, was somebody who corresponded with our founder, who interacted with people who were still around to make this happen. And so we wanted to acknowledge and celebrate the folk mother, Elsie Christensen, at that Hof. As far as Njordshof and Rauther being their Hof hero, that was left to the Gothar in that district, and I believe Gothi Lane Ashby was the one that wanted to champion him as the hero they wanted to celebrate at their Hof, and I'm in full support of that. So it's a mixture of things. There have been ones that have been particular things I wanted to make happen. Others have been left to the Gothar of that district to find a hero that was very important to them to venerate at their Hof. It's a combination of things. Question: any book recommendations to give the best breakdown of the female archetypes or goddesses of the lore, besides the prose and poetic eddas? I need more than popular interpretations of Wagner's Ring Cycle. Svan, what are your thoughts?
Well, remember, the divine inspire the archetype. The archetype does not define the divine. Or another way you could look at it too is that the archetype is our perception of something that is often unperceivable or fully comprehensible. But if you are looking at the divine beings of our people as simply archetypes, I would implore you to try to look away or around this conception. However, unfortunately, the abilities of certain writers and certain folk have not extensively written a lot on their relation or the relations or founding lore on the goddesses. Very scant. You'll find more on Frigg and Freya than you will on any of the other Asyniur. And again, just because it wasn't written largely about does not mean that there wasn't a corpus or body connected to it, just like the owl's nib. But the unfortunate thing is that a lot of this comes from personal interaction along with or parallel to observation through lore. So when you go out there on the internet, you might find people who charade in Asatru to push their political ideologies, and you'll find them writing a lot of things based on the goddesses, and you can pretty much weed them out pretty swiftly when you see them introducing ideas that were not conceptual or even antithetical to the goddesses. One in particular is if you go to a website, and I'm not saying a specific website, but any website in which it lists the Asyniur, and one specifically is the Asyniur Lofn, Lofn, and somewhere along the way in the 90s, some embittered left-wing cat lady decided that be associated with homosexual marriage. And it clearly states that she's talking about making amends between a man and a woman. And especially between their families, families that are egregious against each other. And we generally, even though it's not stated in the lore, have looked at her as the goddess of amendments between a husband and a wife if they're attempting to resalvage their marriage, or if the family's turmoil is tearing things apart. So there's a lot of that is again written about from personal experience and observation, and it is a very, very road. And unfortunately, the truth of it is there isn't a lot. And again, because they're so scant in the lore, that if you were to read say if I wrote and I could do it because I can stretch a word out. If I wrote a weighty volume about the maidens of Fensaler, A lot of that would be coming from my personal faith and interaction and practice with these divine beings. And it would only have, spread out substantive things from the lore. And you go even further back, and it gets even more scant when we talk about other goddesses or Fafnir, who are local divine beings prayed to, or deified beings. We might not even know. Christianity was quite thorough in destroying that. So the Asatru Folk Assembly took it upon itself to create order with a lot of the chaos going on, and the hierarchy that we place our gods in is not the way the gods are. It's the way we've observed them to be, or at least we are delicately and humbly saying, this is how we kind of see this, from the tripartite down to the gods, to the Ausinir, to the Fafnir, and to the heavenly wardens who are locked into their celestial duties. So a lot of these things outside of that are, again, to give our folks structure and to give them an understanding of like a roadmap, but it certainly does not explain the scenery along the way of them. It's the roadmap. The experience of reaching out and asking for the divine to come forth to you is the scenery, is the learning of the nuances of the road. And that, I think, first and foremost will come to you if you alleviate yourself of considering the gods to simply be archetypes. But that's a personal journey that you have to go on. And then, the validation and understanding that the validation is to you. You can share it with others. And certainly, if it is divinely, imbued upon you, I would hope you would share it with others, but you still have to understand that it's so scant that our relationship is anew with the goddesses. Their cults are extremely bare of written lore. But again, if you look at, say, for instance, the holy Ausinir Air, the goddess of healing, and we can see we've been talking about leechcraft and leechcraft and the usage of holistic medicines and dietary things. And we can look at the medicinal practices of the Goths and the medicinal practices of the Anglo-Saxons. And from that, even though there's absolutely no mention about her, we can see her influence upon our people and then work our way back from there. So a lot of that is kind of that growth that we're going on. That's one of the biggest problems is that our faith was completely kind of socially severed. I wouldn't say spiritually. I think the gods have always been with us. It's just that socially, our generations have lost kind of the worth of lore. But as we get to know them again, and again, they can't be archetypes if we're literally getting to know them. Or you could say like we are exploring our archetypes, but if they have the divine will to be perceived by us with the intent of teaching us, then we will learn from them. And I think that's what we're doing right now.
So yes to everything Svan said. And we use language and some of our answers, I've said this before and I'll continue to say it for folks listening for the first time. A lot of the time we answer these questions not for the person asking, certainly for them, but also for the broader audience. So we're not jumping on you because you use the term archetypes. That's fine. There are role models or blueprints for appropriate femininity that we find explained and exemplified by our goddesses in the lore, and Svan talked about that. What I would also say not for the goddesses, but for good female archetypal understanding and behavior, is to read The Lady with the Mead Cup. Now, this is a slog, The Lady with the Mead Cup.
Yeah.
Prophecy and Lordship in Europe, in the European Warband, from Latin to the Viking Age, by Michael J. Enright. It is not a fun or exciting read. It is dry. It is repetitive. It's probably 3 times longer than it ought to be. But it's valuable, and it talks about women of status in Asatru and what that looked like. And I think that is the best source for what you are asking for. So I would encourage you to give that a read. And I would encourage you not only to give it a read, but to do the Wikipedia click links thing, go down that rabbit hole. That book talks about a few select examples that it weaves through the narrative over and over again. Find those examples and look up more about them. Use that as your platform to go down rabbit holes about the women mentioned in that book. I think that will go a long way towards what you're trying to achieve.
Kind of piggybacks on another question about women in general in the Viking Age. I thought I saw it, but every time my internet dropped out, I would come back in, and all the queue would only be from the time I joined back in.
All right, so I don't necessarily see what you're looking for. What I do see is this question. If someone made, then donated, a 4-acre or so grove dedicated to a goddess, especially if it's somewhat near a hearth, would you take it?
That seems mighty specific.
It's very specific, and my answer is going to be very... Details matter. In general, if anyone wants to donate anything to the Asatru Folk Assembly, the answer is always yes. But this becomes very specific. If you were to donate, if you were to have already made a sacred grove and already dedicated it to a goddess, and then donated it to us, we would need to have a conversation to make sure that we maintained that obligation and were able to. Somewhat near a hearth is very vague. If it's a block from a hearth, probably yes. We could walk from the hearth there, maintain it, do a ceremony when appropriate. Sure. If, 100 miles from a hearth, we may or may not have people that are able to maintain it and care for it. If it was like, well, it's either donating it to you guys or I'm going to have to sell it or get rid of it some other way, we would probably say yes, and we would do the best we could to maintain the sanctity. It all depends. The details really matter. The answer is most likely yes, but I would really want to know a lot of the specifics and other things before I'd commit to it. And that's not to be a jerk. Like, first, if you want to donate such a thing to the Asatru Folk Assembly, thank you, not just for your donation, but for your entrusting us with something sacred. Your confidence in us to entrust something sacred to us is the exact reason that I would need to know more details before I committed to it. But thank you for wanting to do something like that, at least in concept. And if that's something you actually plan to do, I would really encourage you to reach out, and I'd like to talk to you more about it. Because, my answer is likely yes, but I can't commit until I know the details. Do you think that old Disney movies like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs were good or bad adaptations of the folklore? Svan.
The Disney versions? Wow, that's that's a cool question. I think it's because I made mention of the Bernie and the corset. You know what? I think that Disney is a snapshot into the zenith of a coalition of Aryan culture in America. We don't have just the Franks or just the Hellenics or just the Slavs or just these kind of segregated groups by geometric geo and political divisions. No, in America, there's this coalescence of Aryan peoples from the Gaulish and the Slavic and the Germanic and so on coming together. And what they achieved in the 1950s is damn near unbelievable now. Detroit was a city of the future. It was a massive paramount testament to the abilities of our society. And now it's almost completely intraversible. So the 50s really is a snapshot, a remaking of perhaps the medieval time period fairy tales, and they're placed in a medium that is so scientifically advanced for its time with animation. And then also too, there's this removing of kind of the harsh realities that are shaped by the medieval world. Hansel and Gretel, of course, being put out in the forest because everyone's going to die from the plague or from starvation. And instead, there's this unique emphasis of what was truly important to our people at the time. Snow White is a perfect example of this, with her agreeable, lovable, and caretaking nature being the very thing that spurns people on to be better. That is a unique feminine form that is very powerful in its femininity, that we can see now is absolutely seething in the modern left-wing feminist concept. They cannot just conceive of femininity being this ability to support through good nature and bright soul, and that in turn makes everyone around her want to be better. So I really do think that those stories were snapshots of some of that. Not all of them. I'm certainly thinking, there was some darker aspects and things kind of going on reminiscent from after the war. If we're talking about like the Sorcerer's Apprentice and stuff like that, or certainly at least there was some pushing back against the Semitic nominative religious overtones that were laid on society at that time. And there was kind of this undercurrent of the folk wanting to break out from underneath the yoke of a lot of those concepts. But at the same time, a lot of those concepts from Christianity, European Christianity specifically, not just Christianity in general, were coming to a head time about the unification of people, about the way that they saw things. But it's just this divergent point. It was like right around that time too that I think people started to see our government as maybe not having the welfare of its people so wholly intact. And there was this crossover between loving your country and then seeing your government do certain things. And it really kind of started right after World War II. And so I find that all of that stuff very, very interesting. So you take that mindset, you take those people, and then what they apply to a Germanic folk tale. And now you look at it and what they're applying to Germanic folk tales today by making the leads non-Germanic. They're clearly trying to, partake in folk erasure. All of that's relevant today just as much as what they were producing then is relevant. A snapshot, if you will, of the minds behind the work.
New Disney is gross unless you look at the it's funny and sad at the same time. Moana's awesome if you're a Polynesian. It's sad that we aren't allowed to also have white Moana. And I don't mean like a literally whitewashing Moana, but a similar tale of white people. Because I don't begrudge Moana. I think it's awesome. And if I was a Polynesian, I would really like that and want my child to watch that. We've seen that a number of times with Disney. Non-white cultures in modern Disney are able to have really cool things that are empowering to them. And Disney, I think, messed up or whatever when they made Frozen, because the original Frozen is very empowering to white people, and my daughter loves it, and it's really good in a lot of ways.
Then part two.
Disney is currently at war with our folk and with traditional values in all their forms. I wish it wasn't so, and the founder of Disney would not approve. Stuff back in Walt's day, I think, was good. I think it was good for our folk. I think stuff pre-World War II was definitely good things for our folk, though, the more dated things are, the less engaging they are for a modern audience in their production quality and everything else. I think Snow White, the original Snow White, not new diverse Snow White, was very good for our people in a lot of ways. I think Sleeping Beauty was good in a lot of ways. I think a lot of those were very good. And I think that many of those, up until Disney declared war on heterosexual white people, were, if not good lore representations, were nice and good things for our children. Unfortunately, in the 1990s, that very much started to take a turn in a really bad way. But yeah, I think a lot of the early stuff absolutely was. And I think the stuff that's not now isn't accidentally so. It's very intentional. There was something that happened with Disney in the 90s to where they were like proto-woke. They were woke before woke became a thing. And they started just very actively, like there was a whole thing about strange sexual things they would put into cartoons back when they were still cartoons, before it was all like digitalized. That was just gross and unnecessary. And it was like kind of a scandal in the 90s, in the late 90s, when we were hearing about it.
The three, Aladdin, Lion King, and what was the third one? It was I can't believe it. Yeah, those three had like,
it was The Little Mermaid.
Little Mermaid, that's right. All three of those subversive.
Well, and the thing is,
gross things.
There's no accident when you are doing frame by frame animation.
Yeah.
Frame by frame animation takes every individual millisecond is an individual frame being made. So, nothing accidentally happens. But Disney is, unfortunately, and I say that, I'm sure there's probably some very wonderful people that work at Disney. But as a corporation, they've really chosen to actively be the enemy of the things that we stand for. And that's really sad. And it's very opposite of what their founder and intended for them to be. Next one from Eavesdropping Horror, not spelled like horror movies, but spelled like Ladies of the Night. What are some of your favorite writings by Carl Jung, and have you ever read his writings on Wotan? If so, what are your thoughts on it? Svan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely read the essay of Wotan and the consciousness of the Germans, and I think it ruffled a lot of feathers because some people were saying it was supporting National Socialism, some people were saying it was denouncing it, or what have you. But I think more importantly, it was showing the divine's emergence amongst the folk, and it's again the resurrection of the true gods amongst our people. As an idea that it not only is coming back, but could come back again, and also recede. There is this kind of connection point. And I thought that very fascinating. I think my favorite book, because I haven't read a lot. I've read one or two of his full books and a bunch with him as an essay. But Synchronicity, I really like that because it plays in on much how I believe Orlaw or weird works together with things. And so there's this observance of event collision, which I think is really cool. And then the last one that he wrote before he died, actually, he wrote an essay called, or he's in a book called Man and His Symbols or Images. And he's talking about dreams in that one. And I really like dream interpretation stuff. I really like the idea of symbology creeping through the subconscious. I find all of that just truly fascinating. I think there's a lot of leeway in there that I think that the gods and divine powers and even our connection to the gods and divine power come through dreams.
So truth is one of our virtues. It's a slog trying to read through Jung's works. They're very, very big. There's a lot there. I have attempted certain ones. I've read Jung essays, Jung books, not so much. Certainly, I've read his essay on Wotan. I think, again, we talk about directionality. I think approaching Odin as a force in our collective unconscious motivating action is better and closer to the mark than scholars treating Odin like, an ooga booga fetish thing or like a literary character. I think Jung's understanding is closer. But it's trying to start from the ground up instead of from the heavens down. And I think that's always fraught with peril. His prescient prophesying that Odin will reveal himself again to our folk next time in a spiritual way as opposed to in a militaristic way, I think is true. And I think we're living that out even today. But I think he's a man of his time in a lot of ways. I think he's a man ahead of his time and beyond his time in a lot of ways. But he's not an Asatru. He recognizes that Odin is powerful. He stops short of recognizing Odin as the king of the Aesir and a real and independently existent entity. But he comes closer than other scholars in different disciplines to acknowledge the effect of Odin's animating spirit amongst our folk. And I think that's important. So I say that to say do not limit your understanding of Odin to that essay. That essay is in fact true. It is a byproduct of the reality of our great god Odin. Odin isn't our understanding of that archetype within our DNA. That archetype was woven into our DNA by our god Odin. But that doesn't make it not true and not valuable. It is certainly that, I think. I did see a copy of a big illustrated copy of Jung's Red Book. And it was beautiful. And I didn't get to read a lot of it because I saw it at a man I deeply respect in his library. And I was able to just kind of look through it and kind of be in awe of it a little bit. But I didn't get to read the text. That's what I have to say on my very limited firsthand knowledge of Jung's works.
I just wanted to add, and it's not about so much about Carl Jung, but I was talking to one of my clients, and I was explaining to him that one of the things that people cannot really get their heads around is that our faith is the integral relationship with the divine, and that anything outside of our people's relationship with the divine is in essence either really not relevant or outlandish, because it's out of our land, it's out of our world and understanding. But he retorted saying, well, doesn't that make the divine subjective? And I said, no, the divine is objective. The reality of the divine being multiple instead of singular is objective. All things reflect from the very bottom to the very top. The atom is not made of one singular thing. There is a multiplicity in nature that is objective and constant and always. The only thing that's subjective, again, is the way that we perceive the divine and then relate to the divine. Very much like there is one sun, but the sun is different for a Swede than it is for an Iraqi. But that's because the relationship and the perception and the reality that exists for them in relation to the objective. And then...
Well, just making Iraqi noises.
Well, the other point of this, though, is that this Carl Jung is speaking of a perception. He is speaking of the idea of an archetype, the archetypes, the psychological connection. He can believe in the grand meta mind or meta spiritual connection that we may all have with each other with the super unconscious, but he cannot break the threshold of thinking that there is a consciousness above and beyond, which is kind of what you lent to. That is one thing that I think we need to teach our folk is that there is a subjectiveness in the way that we culturally perceive the divine, but the divine is not subjective. The divine is objective when we look at it in its true nature. But what becomes different is the way that each of our peoples relate in the relationship of that which
That's
is.
true. The more, and this dumbs it down, and I don't mean to denigrate it in any way. But I think our first step in understanding the divine is that they are at their very least the very best of people. They are so very far beyond that, but just conceptually, we try to conceive. So our founder, Steve McNallen, taught me when I first met him that we are made of the same essence as our gods. Whereas Thor, and I think this is a specific example, is Niagara Falls, and we might be a dripping faucet. The substance is the same. There is a understanding that I think a lot of people, when they first try to conceive of gods, they go, so this is the struggle for those of you who are just tuning in. When talking about spiritual things, language is difficult because it's hard to find the right words to encapsulate it. People start out treating the gods as something other that they have no point of relation to, and then trying to figure it out in some very inorganic way. And oftentimes that's with the best of intentions, but I think it misses the point. When I came into Asatru, our founder taught me that the gods are a raging river, whereas we're a trickle from a faucet, but we're of the same
Water
stuff. There is that basic similarity that we're both water in that example. It's often spoken that our gods are our most ancient ancestors. And that's true, but outside of specific royal lines, I don't think we mean that in a biological, like sexual reproduction way. But we mean that we relate to them in a certain degree of kinship. Not that we will ever be remotely equal to them. They are gods and we're not. But we create an artificial barrier as thinking of them as this other thing. That's why Asatru is about coming home. Our gods aren't other. We know how to interact with other living things since the moment we're born, perhaps before that. We know how to show love to other entities that we care about. We know what that feels like. We do that with our mother, with our father, with our siblings. We do that from the time we're small children, relating to the world around us. To conceive of the gods as somehow outside of that loop, as opposed to a very high expression of that, is fallacious, and I think a problem that holds a lot of our people back. I, at this point, don't know how it remotely relates to the question at hand, but I'm going to roll with it anyway because I do think it's important. We have a lot of people that ask frequently, how do I pray to the gods? Or how do I do work at my altar? Or how do I do ritual? I understand those questions. They come from a place of piety and respect, and you don't want to do it wrong. But you wouldn't say, how do I call my grandfather? Or how do I speak to my mother? Those things come very naturally. So take that and elevate that on how we relate to our gods. We try to conceive of them in these strange scholastic ways, like, well, there's gods, but then we know about science and we know about this, and maybe our way of understanding them is anthropology. Maybe if we dig deep into science, we'll find that our gods are really a black hole singularity or this, or well, maybe if we understand. No, just think of them as gods. What do you do with gods? You worship gods. Approach them with worship, with love, and with devotion, and speak to them. I've been in foreign places where no one spoke English. I can interact with those other living beings in a meaningful way, even if I don't speak the language, even if I don't know how to do it right. We understand other living things' intent. We can show that intent to the divine. We can perfect that over time. But don't think of the gods as other. Think of the gods as super or as mega versions of what we know. They're our family writ to the ultimate extension of that. Approach our gods with the love that you would have for revered elders of your family, times infinity. But don't think of them as something other. They're not. Our connection to our gods is in our very blood and bone. And that connection, I do think that Jung illustrates in his way. He illustrates it very differently than I would. But Odin and the rest of the Aesir are woven into our very blood and bone. Don't think of them as other or something that you can't extend love or a kindness to. That's a barrier between deep relationship with our gods that you shouldn't have. That's your guys' fault for being here 4.5 hours in. I get a little bit verbose on very simple answers sometimes. That said, though, last question of the night. How should person whose parents were bad to them treat the dead if a person had, for example, abusive parents? Svan.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that. That's a great question. I think that we should look at the obligation of the noble soul versus the duality. If you have good parents, what is there? There is the obligation of a noble soul plus the overflowing love that one would have for their parents. But if your parents do things that de-evolve the relationship, it always defaults back to what is noble and honorable to do. And I think that's the key thing, to not treat them as refuse, to not put them in the ground or to cremate them or to abide by their wishes. Abiding by their wishes is the honorable de facto to go to. The above and beyond is to place yourself within it, to put more into it, to perhaps extend even further, or again, raise monuments, if you will, or raise stones, as our ancestors said. in honor of them and their commitment to you and bringing you forth. But again, that's not the case with everyone. So if all else fails, default to the honorable, default to what would be noble to do in obligation of your folk as a people. If you were to do something where other folk would look at you and just say that's not right, and again, we're not appeasing, but do the noble thing.
Absolutely that. Something I'd like to expand on, though. Don't buck against things you know to be true because the degenerates also talk about them. It is liberal and lefty and whatever to say be the bigger person or whatever, and I get that. But still, be the bigger person. There's a truth to that. There is a nobility to being above certain things. And I say this this might be a different way to approach this, and I want to explore this a little bit further. So I think we have all different age groups of people who listen to this program. We have Mary, who's in her 80s, that listens to this program, and I know a lot of people in their 20s listen to this program. I have noticed as I have grown older that something happens at some point in your life between you and your parents where there is I'll say this. You get to a certain age where you see your parents in a way that you can relate to. As children, your parents are larger than life, for good or for ill. They're either, these demigods, or they are devils if they're evil. It depends. But they're big and immensely powerful and beyond your reckoning. Then you get a certain point in your life where you look back and you're like, hold on. I remember my dad when he was my age. I remember talking to my dad when he was my age, and I remember stuff he said to me. Like, all right, hold up. Oh, for example, in the AFA, I am blessed with the fact that within the same 24-hour period, I can talk to someone I consider a close friend of mine who's in his early 20s, and also a close friend of mine who is in their mid-70s. They are both my friends and, in a way, my peers. But there is a 50-year gap, and it's a unique blessing that I have that I didn't have at earlier points in my life. I remember there was a friend of mine, this has happened a couple of times. There were friends of mine whose parents, who I wanted to relate to their parents in some way. One of them was talking to me about their parents treating them poorly. The other, one of their parents decided to get into some stupid squabble with me on Facebook. And I'm behaving one way because I'm like, oh, my friend's parent, I'm assuming they're my parents' age. And in both these instances, I'm like, hold on. No, my friend's parent is my age.
Right.
Man, I should punch that guy in the mouth. Like, it became real different because I have a deference to elders. Something happens when you surpass your parents' age when they have you and when you started being aware of things. So when I interact with my dad now that, got to stop in math here, he's what, 70, he's 76 this year. I remember when my dad was 43. I'm going to turn 44 this year. I knew my dad at 44. I knew him, and I was old enough to remember conversations we had and lessons he taught me. So you start seeing your parents as people. And in some situations, as your parents age, and if unfortunately there's a cognitive decline, or sometimes I was talking to a friend of mine just yesterday, I believe, where he was talking to me about his father-in-law, and he's kind of become the de facto man of the family that has to take care of his father-in-law, which is an interesting thing. Sometimes you can surpass your parents, the best that they were able to achieve. Maybe you've surpassed that in whatever way that might be, in wisdom, in nobility, in success, in a variety of things. And then you find yourself in a different spot. Some of us have found ourselves in spots to where we start being the adult in the situation as relates to our parents. Sometimes that's total, sometimes that's just situational. But it's very interesting because you never would have thought that was the case when you're a child. One thing, when you are an adult and you're dealing with a parent that's passed and is deceased, there is a value in treating them with a certain amount of, because you're no longer in a spot where you have to treat them nicely. You don't have to do what they tell you. They're not the boss of you. You're in a different spot in your life, but you can choose to be respectful, and you can choose to what degree to be respectful. Sometimes if your parents are not the best, or there's many ways that they fall short, you can extend a certain amount of grace to them and how you remember them and how you treat their memory. You can say, hey, I know you struggled with a lot of things. I know you didn't get everything right, but I love you and I miss you and I respect you. You can do that. You can choose to do that. As an Aryan man or woman, you can make those choices. You can choose to let go of baggage and of small things. You can choose to let go of some big things. Now, I want to also say in counterbalance, you mentioned if your parents were abusive. There's levels of abuse. There's ways to where your parents lose their temper. Maybe they slapped you around a couple of times they shouldn't. Maybe they were unkind to you when they should have been kind. Maybe they were intolerant when they should have been thoughtful. You can let some things slide, but there's other parents that are evil and sadistic that savagely abuse their children, that sexually predate on their children and do any of those things. I am not, even for a second, telling you to extend any courtesy or any respect to those people. But as Aryan men and women, you get to make that choice of what things you are capable of letting slide because you choose to as a noble grace you are extending to them. And you can choose what lines to draw on to say, no, I will hate you for eternity and spit on your grave. That is a choice you can make too. And anything in between. But having the nobility of mind to be able to transcend human weakness and human silliness, we get to it's really interesting. As I've gotten into my 40s, I've thought about this a lot. you're able to see and understand your parents' failings and their weakness in a different way once you've lived through the stage of life that they've lived through, that you judge them for. If you live long enough, you get to see these things. You're like, wow, I remember when my dad was 44 and he did this thing. Man, I'm 44 now and I understand what he was feeling. Maybe you're better than it. Maybe you're worse. Maybe you make the same choices. But you have a perspective to where you can extend a kindness if you choose to. Exercise your power as noble men and women to make those choices according to your true self and not because of the hurt and the passions of youth or of lesser people. So make noble choices, I guess, is my theme on that question. So it has been awesome to go through this with you guys. I know it seems like we're inching through it, but I am enjoying every bit of it, and I'm enjoying this time going through it with my friend Svan and with all of you who are such an amazing audience. I look forward to part 5, 2 weeks from today. And next week, we will be joined by newly ordained Githya Lauren Anderson. She will join me and we will talk to you about a variety of things and answer your questions. Until then, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.
Bye, guys.